and I'm not, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion, got fears but no faith. I'll show you a heart full of fire, rocking in the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of, what I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you. Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime, drinking red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night.
We at the top again, now what? Help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? I'm Lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. 在以后，除了傻傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll see what happens. All the people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. It starts right now. Baby, you're surrounded. Put your money where your mouth is. Bury your doubts under the ground. Then they're gonna watch you step over the ashes. Right now I'm taking my turn with the matches. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who winds up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down.
Welcome to a world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to a war we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false stare, bleed the end. fight among the dead beneath the dirt? Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't doubt you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
일단 저희 팀이 지난 몇 개월 동안 굉장히 빠른 속도로 발전을 했는데 나는 왕자를 탈환할 때까지 멈추지 않을 것이다.
Best of 1 is all about luck and draft. Best of 5 is mental.
想要打败敌人，就必须要了解敌人。
미래로 나아가기 위해서 과거를 뛰어넘어야 합니다.
Two teams. Best of 5. Only one survives.
아무도 저희를 이기지 못했고 당연히 다전제에서도 저희를 이기지 못할 겁니다. 아무도 저희를 막을 수 없습니다.
Don't forget about Armut.
전 뭐든지 할 거고 하나생명 e스포츠는 지지 않을 겁니다.
T1이 다시 한번 왕자를 되찾을 겁니다.
이제 제 차례입니다.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them down!
A new era is awaiting.
What was that?
Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. Hanwha Life arrives at the arena and continues the hero's journey, going toe-to-toe with some of the league's biggest legends in T1. But as the meta evolves and the stakes grow ever higher, even the old gods look mortal, and the young blood could reign in a new era today on the Rift. I am Dash, and I am happy to be joined by both Lyric and Raz as we kick off the quarterfinals. Best of 5s from here on out. The stakes are through the roof. Elimination matches this point forward. We did it. We made it to the bracket stage, and it feels good.
Yeah, you know, it feels good. It's about to get serious. It's about to get spicy. And I just wonder if we're going to keep having all these unexpected, crazy upsets like groups.
Yeah.
Do we got to be on our toes, or is this where the tournament gets normal?
This is what I loved about that piece that was hype as hell, by the way. When Perk said, you know, best of 1, talking about drafts, right? Exactly. Best of 5, it's mental. This is what it's all about. People get here and want to be in that best of 5 experience where you can have those mind games. Is blue side working out for us? Do we need to get on red side? All of this matters.
All right, I love the call out too towards the group stage and how exciting it was. I think by many, they would consider it to be the best group stage we have ever had at a World Championship. And we only hope that the bracket stage will follow suit. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Let's see what action awaits us. Today, we've got Hanwha Life taking on the Titans T1 before we see more best of 5s later this week. 4 straight days of action. Let's get a quick refresher, though, on what we saw on the final day of the group stage, starting with Mad Lions making it happen for the EU faithful when all hope was lost.
Yeah,
Mad Lions surged through.
It looked great coming in on that last day, right? I think Mad Lions looked a bit shaky in week 1. We saw numerous players step up in the second half, though. Really want to highlight Humanoid. Great performance, especially on this game. You see on your screen on the LeBlanc coming out, finding a ton of amazing picks. I mean, he made Icon just completely regret his existence in 2 games on that day, Raz.
Yeah, on that day, which was ridiculous. In terms of mental resiliency, the fact that we needed to have a separate tournament bracket for the tiebreakers, and then Mad Lions in this game. Because you look at this one play where it seemed like LNG was going to take it all. It was a back and forth situation. Mad Lions were able to clutch up. Karzi was incredible in these moments. wild.
I mean, you see it there on Armwood's face, right? They themselves were a bit baffled at how they're able to mount that comment. That was one of the most fed MFs I've ever seen in my life.
Yes!
And poor Light was completely kept out of the fights because of play from Humanoid, as you called out, Lyric. So what a run by them. And while they do take second in the group, we've also got to talk about Gen G, who emerges first. 3 out of 4 LCK teams, first seeds coming into the bracket stage.
You know, I've heard Chronicler going on about this all week of, oh, LCK, we're a one-region team. You're only looking at Damwon. And LCK came to play. They stepped up. Gen G especially, you just hit on right. They did this exact same thing last year at 2020 Worlds, and they've always just been so consistent at following through on their play style, their win conditions. But, man, I think all the LCK teams looking pretty scary.
Especially since you did start with the topic about just Gen G, right? Like, it still hurts my soul, as we were just talking about that tiebreaker. The TL fell victim to them. Look, I have to bring it up. Hurts my
soul too, Raz.
I had to bring it up.
I thought we were past that.
Just as we were talking about, maybe it's time. LCK domination, it's in the past. BDD shuts me up with his Zoe play. And so, yeah, they're here, first seed. LCK looking damn good in the group stage.
It definitely hurt. It definitely hurt to see TL exit the group stage again in a 3-3 fashion, then losing that tiebreaker. But, again, it highlights the power of the 2 squads that did make it through. And, of course, with all that in mind, I want to stop down and talk about who we see as the real front runners here moving into the bracket stage. Maybe some dark horses as well in that race to lift the Summoners Cup. So, where are our minds at?
For me, easiest one, Damwon. They don't have to prove a damn thing. they're the
defending world champions.
World champions, exactly.
6-0 on groups.
6-0 in groups. They dominated then. They have the players. Kenyon looks insane alongside Showmaker. Khan in the top lane was just doing some nasty things, right? Got the only pentakill in this tournament. Looking on really any champion. Lucian was the one he did it on. So, like, they're the teams that you need to prove yourselves if you want to take a game off of.
Yeah, I think even going to the other side of the map, right? Because everyone criticized Ghost and Beryl coming in, especially their MSI performance not being up to stuff, but Ghost and Beryl have performed well this tournament. And if that's your weak link that is still performing exceptionally well, and then you have the top side to deal with, I mean, Damwon are far and away the favorite right now.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's going to have to be Mad Lions that challenges them first. We'll see if they can do
Rough
the
stuff.
Unthinkable, and then from there, if they don't, we'll look at who's next. But as we talk about Damwon as being a pre-tournament favorite and continuing to be a favorite, I think it's natural then that we take a look at the LPL squads as well. EDG, RNG, Lyric, hit me.
And to me, they're like the real challengers, right? Whoever can win in this matchup, which I think is going to be extremely close. We do get that one tomorrow. Region versus region matchups are always a bit more dynamic, right? EDG have been a bit more of this slower team, have been a bit more about grouping up, playing these team fights. So where RNG, it's still the secret sauce of, okay, we bring Ming up towards the top side, crying on TF and Galio every game, and just 2 completely different styles. I still think either one of these teams would be an underdog going against potential Damwon, but this is who I'm looking at to maybe get an upset and, you know, make that run.
Yeah. I'm curious your opinion on these 2 squads, Raz, because while EDG, I think by many pre-tournament was considered to be slightly more favored, RNG to me right now, exiting groups, and maybe that's a recency bias to the way that they closed their group stage, where EDG kind of stumbled at the end and RNG seemed a little bit stronger. They're the team that right now I'm a little more fearful of.
Yeah, because RNG just looks a little bit more flexible. Because they have that topside element. I know a lot of us talked about how the meta is kind of focused towards the top lane. Every day we come in here and we see carry tops thrive, and RNG is the one with the carry top king, right, in Xiaohu. So I think they're the team that's very flexible, though I give it to EDG just because of the talent that they have there in Viper, in Mako. The bottom lane literally just needs to be feared.
Fair enough, fair enough. We'll see that one play out in not too long, but Cloud9 is another team that I want to talk about. A dark horse. I'm going to go ahead and slide that one out there.
The darkest horse.
Yeah. It's a dark night and a pitch black horse.
Look, I'm just going to put it out there. They're the team that you didn't see coming. They took down FPX. So a lot of people.
I was going to say everyone took down FPX.
A lot of people. FPX took down FPX. But Cloud9, I think, showcased greatness in their final week and showcased that they're growing as a team throughout the tournament. And now that they're going up in what I would perceive against the worst seed 1 team in Gen G, they can take them down, grow along that process. They have a lot of growing to go, but right now, if you didn't believe in them in group stage, you gotta believe in them a little bit in the next stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Perks finally, you know, coming into the international Perks that we've come to know and love over the years, I think, in those final few games on the group stage, which helped propel them into the quarterfinals. But the other thing I want to bring up, Lyric, is the fact that that was the group that played the longest to go, right? It's been the most time since we've seen them play, and so while other teams got to the benefit of watching those second-round robins and adjusting from that point, Cloud9 is a team that I wonder how they've used this off time, how they've internalized, you know, the meta and the champion select reads that other teams have shown since then.
That's the thing. I feel like we're really stretching like the term dark horse here for Cloud9. But if there's one thing that I think can give them that boost needed is that time that you're talking about. Again, learning from all the drafts, maybe picking up some new champions, some more enchanters in the bottom lane, Perks having time to, you know, continue with that momentum.
Yes.
So, you know, we're going to see what they have going in, but and Raz keeps selling us.
We've always said this, being on the same page, on skirmishes. I felt like the last time, different team, of course, last time C9 went to semifinals, they were a really scrappy team around mid-jungle. I feel like it's the same thing here. Blabber and Perks, a lot of what we've seen in their success in week 2 was based around how willing they were to fight as a team. So
well,
keep that
I'm in the market for a dark horse, and I think Raz has properly sold me on one. While we're on the subject of superlatives like the dark horse, it only feels right to reflect on everything that we've seen with some group stage awards. First, I think we have to talk biggest surprise at Worlds 2021. Who's it going to?
I don't really want to talk about this one, guys.
You don't want to talk about it?
All right, Raz, you take it. Help us out.
Right, well, I feel like a little. It's the big Phoenix in the room. Fun plus Phoenix were my tournament favorites. I'm going to be honest. You know, I had faith in them. I had the copium because they were so good regionally. And then when they went into their group, it was the greatest collapse I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, the big Phoenix in the room, they got yeeted by the dark horse. To continue on with the animal analogies. But yeah, I think a lot of people definitely surprised by the fall of FPX. And while that, I guess, paints it a bit in a negative light, it again goes to show the expectation that we have for some of these players, individuals, and organizations that have shown up in big ways in just the years prior.
That's the big thing, right? FPX have won Worlds before. Like they've won the LPL. They came second twice this year. And Doinb, in almost everyone's top 20 list, was like ranked 1, if not maybe 2 on some people's.
Exactly.
It's just such a stark difference to what we saw in the LPL to what we saw here.
All right, from there to something a little bit more lighthearted, let's talk best camera poses. Who are you guys thinking? We've got a lot of personality up there on the stage. It was a long group stage, but obviously I think Armut is somebody that's going to jump to the front of everybody's mind when you think personality.
Just like he said in the recent video, don't forget Armut. He will make you. He has the greatest camera awareness.
He does.
In general. The guy has just personality. When he's winning, he'll let you know he's winning in the game.
If I could have camera or map awareness like his camera awareness, I'd be a much better League of Legends player.
I'm just saying that maybe you'd be at Worlds right now, but Evie definitely coming out with some good ones of his own. Again, a lot of those like slow-mo takes. And, you know, I'm going to give a special shout out to people who weren't on our list, which is Perks and Doinb blowing kisses to each other.
That was cute. That's a nice duo, right?
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, definitely with Evie, that's the thing. Is like you would think that those are slow mode. You would think that those are slow. That's real time right there.
God,
the amount of control that it takes to get that is a fascinating thing to see out there on the stage. All right, let's talk meta. Most annoying meta pick of 2021. Who's it going to?
I mean, this one's unanimous, right? I mean, you see casters, pro players, Reddit, Twitter, like everyone is on the same page. That Yuumi right now is just such an annoying champion to see, to deal with. Doesn't matter the past, the Yasuos, the Teemos. This one is just, I think we're all on the same page, right, Raz?
Yeah, I see. Here's the thing. When I heard Enchanters were coming in, I was initially excited just because you don't like seeing the same thing in the meta. Oh, it's another Leona Nautilus game, right?
Yeah.
But then you start seeing Yuumi be played. And whenever you see Yuumi, it's in combination with a Yuumi and Ezreal. And if it's a Yuumi, by the way, she has another summoner, Exhaust, that makes the game that much more infuriating to watch.
Right now it's gorgeous.
Oh!
Hey!
Lord!
Disgusting.
Not what I needed in my early afternoon and kickoff to the group stage. Yeah, I mean, she's clearly been a dominant pick throughout the tournament. I think the question becomes then, will people find a way to deal with her? Will it become something that just continues to get traded, you know, first, second pick priority, or just entirely banned out because people are done trying to play around it?
I do feel like luckily we've started to see teams like realize how to play against it again.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a ton of like Lulu come into the meta and going up against it. We've seen more teams more comfortable bringing out these like heavy engage, heavy dive bot lanes. And yeah, I think there are definitely answers right now.
All right, well, as we all can recall from the group stage, the long days have been challenging. But luckily, we've had the joy of watching our casters come up with some very golden quotes. Let's check it out.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2021. We're fast paced. We have to jump right back into the action. Here we go into the draft. Lucian, Irelia, Lee Sin, Graves, Zinzao, and Zoe Banda alongside a Yuumi first pick. And there's the Jarvan coming out from RNG. Guys, take it away.
Closer. Oh! Oh no! That's so good for the Tryndamere.
Tiebreaker. Wait, what is NA's win rate in tiebreakers?
No, don't
it's
talk
pretty
it.
low. Okay, we'll say that. North America, you could be happy right now. We'll talk about everything else later in the day.
They stop him. They punch him into the fountain. Oh, it goes through that. Fnatic find the fight, and Adam gets the triple.
Bruh. Dude, you're a rap god, man. What the hell happened?
That was a rap god. That was like auctioneer.
Yeah, that was much more of a...
Yuumi going once, Yuumi going twice, Yuumi going 3 times, Yuumi sold.
Whose cat is that?
I mean, for me, this is just evidence of how amazing our play-by-plays are with their energy, man. Play-by-plays popping off. Raz is over here. Yeah, just stretching.
Hey,
what's going on, man?
I was
Get
not
hype.
stretching. I was a little surprised. That was when someone, Olaf, I think, got punted into. No, it was Tryndamere that got punted into.
Oh, it was a fountain play.
Yes, I remember that one.
So that was that your thinking face?
That was my thinking and being like, okay, what's actually happening here? So he definitely buys us time. And I agree with the whole auctioneering thing. By the way, our play-by-plays definitely have other career options down the road.
That's true. Yeah, when they get over the hump here in League of Legends and in the gaming space, they've got another avenue or two open to them. All right, well, part of what has made Worlds so compelling is the continual evolution of the meta here in 2021. The most unique champions picked and champion presence in Worlds history already. And what's powerful for one team, you know, may not work for the next. And I think that's been a learning for a number of teams throughout the group stage. Again, first round robin to second round robin. But let's talk about some of the most prevalent picks, some of the highest impact picks that we've seen so far at Worlds.
Yeah, I definitely think it's been all about like playmaking. We've had a lot of strong laning champions come out. So champions like Lucian jump to mind, you know, coming into the bot lane, really been such a dominant force. LeBlanc being another one coming out. And again, just being such a terror, we highlighted Humanoid on the pick earlier in the day. You fit into these early poke compositions. You can look for like picks on sides. There's just so much versatility right now in the meta. And yeah, I feel like it starts with champions like this.
And I think with LeBlanc, it's a lot of player expression. The ability for a Perks, a Humanoid, to be able to find plays, especially against some of the more difficult matchups like we've seen versus LeBlanc. Like Jensen had a humongous performance in the final week, and a lot of it was based off of like being able to, in later portions of the game, be that playmaker for your team, whereas Lucian, far more flexible. If you first pick that champion, especially RNG, it's like, where is he actually going? I have no idea.
Well, you mentioned Jensen, and that's the next pick I want to talk about, which was one of the ones that he jumped to many times in TL's attempt to get out of the group stage. It was a Syndra pick. I mean, just early game domination, the ability to set up plays, the range, everything about her phenomenal when you have somebody with high mastery on the pick.
This is the adaptation that I really love to see. When the trifecta of mid laners, the Twisted Fate, LeBlanc, and Rises were getting banned, you were starting to see like Abadaga and certain teams going towards Orianna. And that takes way too long to get online, whereas Syndra is great. And also with carried junglers, you can really support them with that long-range stun like you saw. So really enjoyed the pick, want to see a little bit more of it. Understand there's a lot more cleanses and exhausts. Thankfully, you do outrange the exhaust so you can get those stuns across, but you just have to put in a little bit more work.
That BDD stuff on the Humanoid Shrima Shuffle was just picture perfect. You tipped your cap to the next pick that I want to talk about a little bit earlier in terms of the response to Yuumi. And so while the pick hasn't been played a ton yet here at Worlds, Lulu, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I really love seeing teams adapt this pick, especially into the Yuumi, because it pretty much matches scaling with scaling. If Yuumi gets off of her AD carry to look for like the passive hit on someone to get the shield, you can just polymorph them, try and burst her out right away. We've seen her very strong in these 2v2s, and it's been one of the things that I feel like have led T1 and Dom1 to success because they were some of the first teams to bring this out.
Yeah, and I mean, just during the entire year, we've been seeing a little bit of Lulu play here, so it's not as if that what you're seeing from Yuumi and Nami, you have to really put in a whole bunch of work when you're in this boot camp coming into Worlds, right? With Lulu, like a lot of support players have already had that experience. So I've already loved seeing Aphelios Lulu compositions.
And we've already seen tons of evolution here in the meta at Worlds. We know that the knockout stage always has a little bit more in store for us in that regard. We're going to step away. When we return, we're looking at history in the making as we get ready for today's series. In the meantime, go check out T1's pick, Runner by T1. Can't believe they're their own artist at this point. DJ Raiden, Baekhyun, and Changmo as the song that represents their playstyle here at the official LOL playlist on Spotify. See you back here in just a few minutes.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people want fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, burn it all down. My oh my, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll see what happens. Other people want fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. It starts right now. Baby, you're surrounded. Put your money where your mouth is. Bury your doubts under the ground. Then they're gonna watch you step over the ashes. Right now I'm taking my turn with the matches. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk ahead of our Best of 5 series between T1 and Hanwha Life Esports. T1, of course, the home of living legends and some of the greatest international successes in all of League history. Faker, of course, the one who's going to jump to name the winningest player of all time.
Yeah, he's got 9 LCK championships, 3 world championships. He needs to order more cupboards to keep those championships.
Yeah, they're doing home renovations while he's here at Worlds right now in expectation of another Summoners Cup joining that trophy case. But I think that's the question, Lyric, for this squad. While, again, a 3-time title holder, it's been a bit since this organization has tasted that highest level of sweet victory.
Yeah, definitely been a while. And I mean, we saw in the promo video, right, Faker wanting to come in strong. He believes they can do it. They've been looking good, but Faker is surrounded by a bunch of young and new faces, right? Kana up in the top lane has definitely been a carry threat, especially here in this tournament where it feels like him Khan and Xiao, who have really been the standouts. You look at the jungle, Owner coming in halfway through the split, kind of making a name for himself, and then one of the strongest bot lanes in the world.
That's the thing. It's that new era where Faker's coming in with that veteran experience, and you know, a lot of it's in those rookie players, in Owner, in Gumayusi to go on ahead.
And I want to continue talking about T1, but also start to loop in Hanwha as we kind of reflect on their regular season play, their domestic performance, which, or rather where, neither of these teams were necessarily considered giants.
No, I mean, especially Hanwha, right? Hanwha finished 8th in the LCK regular split. It was a rough one for them. A lot of people calling them Chovy Life Esports for a long time for a reason. It was in the regional gauntlet where they started to bring it together, and Deft especially stepping up in that bot lane to have a secondary carry. Then once we've gotten to Worlds, other members have stepped it up, but Hanwha aren't any slouches, right? They took T1 to 5 games already.
Exactly, which is why people should respect them. The fact that they took them to 5 games and they were only developing, the fact that they got that benefit of going into play-ins and working on Morgan and Willer, Vista, who hasn't had that experience in the past, and so now the team feels like it has leveled up as a team fighting squad.
Oh, well, making you wonder, right, whether or not we're going to get a full 5 games today. But turning our eyes from the past to the present, let's go ahead and talk play styles for these two teams, and let's start with T1.
Yeah, I feel like T1 have had such a great read on the meta coming into the tournament, right? They play the Cannons, they play the Jaces. Mid lane's all about facilitating your side laners, bringing out things like the Twisted Fate, which Faker's gone back to time and time again. Owner also being one of the innovators in the jungle, realizing, hey, it's a lot about kind of not necessarily counter-picking your jungle matchup, but going against, you know, what the enemy comp brings out. So the Poppy coming in strong. And then Aphelios Lulu was something we hit on at the desk, Raz.
Yeah, if you have confidence in Gumayusi, and hell yeah, we have confidence in Gumayushi's ability to play, support him. And so, fear his Aphelios. Fear any champion he plays, goddammit. But Aphelios, I think, is something that he'll be playing quite a bit today. So have a lot of faith in Kana and Gumayusi to be their main players.
I love the call out, though, in terms of meta and how well it fits T1, because you look at a couple of these compositions, and again, the Kennen, my personal pick for strongest pick in the tournament. The TFs, of course, which are seeing plenty of bans and lots of presence. That Lulu that's coming out in response to the Yuumi that they were already willing to play. And it seems like in a lot of ways, those top LCK teams are the ones defining the meta. But we flip on over to Hanwha Life, and I think you find a very different looking LCK squad, Raz.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Hanwha Life, as you can see from the drafts that they're going through, they're a fish that just goes against the current, Dash. And it just is something that they consistently do with like dated picks with the Renekton and Aatrox.
Yeah.
So they're a salmon.
Yes.
Swimming upstream.
Yes.
All right, good advice for League of Legends, not for life.
It is kind of funny, though, Dash, because like you said, all the other LCK teams feel like they've had a perfect read on the meta. Then you look at them, no Kennen, no Jace, no Enchanter supports. These very like short-range, skirmish-heavy comps that need to get ahead, or if they fall behind, you really don't have wave clear or comeback mechanisms.
Well, then I think that puts even more of a focus, right? If they don't have comeback mechanisms, that they're going to have to be the team that comes out with the aggression and maybe makes something happen. Now, the series is obviously a life or death scenario for both of these squads, but for two players, it's a showdown between one of the greatest of all time and the one gunning for his throne. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is Faker versus Chovy.
T1 versus Hanwha, Faker versus Chovy. These two superstar mid laners are exactly what highlight reels are made of.
Haymaker as well. Faker looking a little bit low, but Abby now going to be in trouble. Faker not afraid whatsoever because he keeps getting ganked.
Faker is the greatest player of all time. However, we have seen cracks in his armor, and his opponents are eager to test his skills once more. Faker and T1 are hungry to put themselves back on top and continue their already stellar legacy.
In the meantime, Gumayusi on the backside, but he has not taken any damage yet. Red, white, do not fight. Do not take this one.
Chovy is the centerpiece of this team. There is no Hanwha without Chovy.
They have lost the dragon, but they're winning the fight 2-1 so far. But Chovy shows up huge to get a double kill.
Chovy seems to be unmatched in the mid lane, but he may find his match in the unkillable Demon King himself. Do not miss this quarterfinal, which promises to be the mid lane matchup for the ages.
A face-off with intense implications in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. For Chovy, it's a chance to come for the king and take his throne, and for Faker, a chance to defend his legacy and prove that he is very much still a god.
Yeah, and I mean, Faker, right, the best player to ever play the game, up against Chovy, who might be the best laner we've ever seen in League of Legends. It feels like right now these two players play for very different things. For Chovy is about that 1v1. In the regional gauntlet, Chovy got the best of Faker numerous times, but Faker, we saw the Twisted Fate picks. It's about playing the map and enabling the younger players on the squad.
Yeah, even when he was on that Orianna pick and Arya was having his day with him, right? Like, a lot of the times, the best thing about Faker is when he's behind, he knows how to play it safe. He understands what he needs to do to support owner, to support the top side of the map. So for him, it's that stability, whereas Chovy, he's gonna get the resources, and he's gonna let you feel it.
Well, and that's the thing, right? I mean, I love the way you put it, Lyric. You've got the best player of all time up against possibly the best laner of all time, and so that already proves, or rather, promises to be an exciting matchup. But the thing about being the best laner of all time, and while yes, maybe you've gotten the better of Faker before, I feel like Faker's the kind of player where if you expect to get X, you're gonna get half of that against Faker, because he just finds a way to minimize disadvantages, to stop the bleeding while doing work for the rest of his own squad.
Yeah, I agree. And it is kind of funny, right? Because Faker's coming in as the dad of this squad and what he can do for them. To where for Hanwha, I feel like we're looking at what other members can step up to enable Chovy to be able to match that.
Yeah, for me, it would have to be Willer. I mean, the fact that if we were looking to the performance that Hanwha Life has had during their LCK run, Willer has been on and off, but during play-ins, during group stage, he's been the player that for me has found real growth and is going to be a person who is a natural facilitator for Chovy. And so if we're just talking about what's naturally going to happen the first 10 minutes of the game, focused on the 2v2 through mid, it's going to be my eyes on Willer and how he supports Chovy.
All right, we'll see if they can get it done in that 2v2. Just about a minute to go until game time. So now is what really matters. It's what we all think is going to happen. Who's going to end up taking it? And we're going to the fans at home first. It's time to check in on our MasterCard fan predictions. If you missed out on voting today, first of all, you screwed up. What were you doing? All right? But you can check out at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to cast your vote for tomorrow's series. For now, let's go ahead and see. Oh, my goodness. 95 to 5 in favor of T1.
Where are the Hanwha fans?
You know, this actually surprised me, and just to get the predictions out of the way, right?
Yeah.
I definitely
Bring it out.
I definitely think T1's going to win, but I think this should be closer. Again, Hanwha brought them to 5 games in regionals. Pretty much everyone agrees they've improved throughout the tournament. Willer's playing a bit better, and I definitely think out of a lot of remaining teams of this tournament, the C9s, the Mads, Hanwha probably puts up the best fight against T1.
So is it going 5 games? Who takes it? How many games?
Okay, T1's 3-0, but if Hanwha take it, it's a 3-2.
Okay, Raz, what do you got? Raz, what do you got?
No.
Is the same thing? T1 3-0?
3-1.
I did my best.
Okay, he gives him a game. He gives him a game. Well, that's enough out of us. Let's get into this series as we join Atlas, Wolf, and Chronicler for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash, and welcome back to LOL Park, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf and Chronicler, and after that fan vote prediction came up, Wolf was like, whoa!
That's pretty high for Hanwha. 5%. I mean, everybody who's followed T1 over the years knows that their fans are some of the most active on social media. If there's a fan vote, they're going to be a part of it. If they're going to cheer on their team, they're going to be a part of it. 5% for Hanwha, I thought was pretty high.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. This desk has a better, I think, spread in terms of believers in Hanwha. Whereas I think T1, I think they kind of deserve it. The amount of confidence that they're getting, they've looked amazing. They've grown in the tournament. Don't think it'll be quite that one-sided though.
Yeah, so I guess we should approach the elephant in the room real quick, shouldn't we? Because I actually predicted Hanwha to win this, which is not exactly a standard prediction, as you may have assumed. However, I think that they have gone through a lot of growth. I think that these two teams, in recent history, have been very close as we welcome both of them onto the stage for the very first quarterfinal of Worlds 2021.
This was a matchup that was one of the beginning matchups of the start of our summer season for LCK. In that opening video, Chovy looks into the eyes of an unkillable Demon King. It's a metaphor for this matchup and how Chovy is trying to catch up with Faker in terms of mid lane prowess. And in terms of LCK titles, in terms of Worlds, he's still got a long way to go. But this is a matchup that has been so championed as one of the best ones you could ever hope for these two teams to clash in high-stakes, high-pressure situations. And I'm very excited for this best of 5, I gotta tell you guys.
I can only agree. I do think that especially considering the recent head-to-head that these teams have had, you might be expecting a blowout here. And I do think that T1 is the superior team, but Hanwha have shown throughout this entire tournament that they can get the better hand of basically any team that they face off against. It's dependent on draft, it's dependent on matchup, and they might not look the same from game to game. But regardless, I would be shocked if this actually does turn out to be as decisive a T1 victory as some people might be expecting, because I think the journey that Hanwha Life have had throughout the entirety of the tournament simply has been too large to ignore.
Yeah, and even though you might look at both of these teams and how they've been playing in their groups and think, well, T1 obviously just looks stronger. They have a better record. They're the first seed coming through here. 4-3 is not exactly a shoe-in as far as game score, but groups are very different, and I'm not saying one is stronger than the other. However, they are going up against very different teams. So I think that the information that we have to look at is actual matchups between these two squads, and then try and work out what has changed for both of them since, and what have they learnt to adapt.
I think this matchup in the mid lane between Faker and Chovy is really exciting in terms of what it means for storylines, right? And the desk is kind of broken down what it means even more than that, is how much these two teams play around their mid laner. For T1, it's about playing around Faker's decision-making, trying to put him on a global champion has been something he's found a lot of success with at the end of summer. Whereas for Chovy, you want to put him on a champion where he can carry in terms of damage. Everyone remembers, and if you missed it, go back and watch it, that final game for Hanwha Life Esports against RNG in groups, where Chovy died in mid lane on the inhibitor as Twisted Fate, a champion he can't carry the late game with. He could try to macro, he could try to push, but if you put Chovy on a global champion like that, he's going to need someone else to do that damage, and that is going to have to be Deft.
And I'm happy you mentioned Deft, because everyone talks about Chovy Life Esports. We've seen plenty of Deft Life Esports throughout the entirety of the tournament as well. I think he has basically really returned to form ever since, I want to say, the last couple of weeks of summer. And then obviously we didn't see them for a while because they didn't make it to playoffs. But then during the gauntlet, it was yet again Deft that with incredible aggressive play had such a big impact. But I want to talk a little bit about the rookies, because if you look at the average age of these lineups, you have some players that have been playing forever, Faker and Deft, but you have Gumayushi. You have Karya, who we consider kind of a veteran in the team, which in of itself is kind of insane. And then Willer and Vista. And I think Vista has had a really nice year where he's developed alongside Deft. Deft clearly taking him by the hand and making him into a better, more well-rounded player. But then Willer, coming into this tournament, my expectations for him were zero. He was there. And he was better than the other two Hanwha junglers that we've seen, and that was basically it. But throughout this tournament, we've seen him single-handedly get carry performances, and that also leaves Ona, who also is incredibly young, has shown incredible dominance and carry potential. There's just so much to talk about with these two teams. There's so much history, there's so much development that we've seen both of them have had over the year.
Yeah, and for Onar as well, who's coming in as a big rookie, he was someone I was very worried about in the Damwon Kia T1 finals, right? If you guys remember back to that at the end of summer before we went into that gauntlet in the first place, Onar didn't choke in the finals. He was very aggressive. He had no fear whatsoever. And his playstyle is very different from Willer's. He's an explosive player, likes to get early leads, likes to play around ganking more than Willer, who likes to usually play around protecting Chovy, trying to make sure Chovy has that CS lead, has the gold so he can be out that carry player that he so desperately, his team relies on him so much for.
Yeah, no, I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, though, unfortunately, there is a bit of a peripheral issue for Faker. League officials are working to resolve the issue, and we're just going to get into it as soon as we've figured it all out. So making sure that Faker can play the game is definitely a high priority. As we have a look at the roster, and the one player that we really haven't spoken about so far is Kana. And this is the biggest difference between these two teams, in my opinion. It's where they get a lot of their carry from. And Hanwha does not look to Morgan for anything at all. He has almost zero responsibility for this team. He needs to play a meat shield and then do his very best to lock someone down. Kana, though, has been doing so much for T1. As we have a look at Faker's Azir in this highlight.
And the Azir is an interesting pick to me, because of course we've seen it all year. We're very familiar with it. But it's really only been the LCK teams that have been putting a high prior on it. And we already talked a little bit about Ona and the impact that he's had, right? And you got to understand, T1 has Cuz and Teddy on the bench. And both of those players, I think without them, T1 wouldn't be in the position that they're in right now. Teddy in particular had amazing performances during the playoffs for the LCK. But it says a lot in how much faith T1 has in these rookies, in these players that are so young, so relatively inexperienced, to still pick them over players of such caliber.
Yeah, and you know, there was a coaching change in the middle of the summer season as well, where that was when T1 decided to go a little bit more all in on using Owner in particular. That was the big standout. And, you know, at the time, it was heavily criticized by a lot of fans, by a lot of pundits, you know, across the world, and it ended up being the right choice, right? That's when T1 had their big resurgence. They made it to the finals. Now they're here in the round of 8 of the World Championship. And, I mean, there's a lot of potential here that we are starting to see realized. And we're talking about top 8 worlds, right? Like, this team could go even further in this tournament alone. Where they end up next year is even a scary prospect to think about if we're like going all the way, because these players are so young, as you mentioned, Chronicle. These players have so much potential to grow.
No, and it's absolutely terrifying, because it's the same thing that can be said on both sides of the rift, right? We are seeing the new generation definitely mixed in with the old as well, and I think having that veterancy has been really important for both of these teams. I think a lot of players have been very vocal about how good it is to lane with Deft. And he's now up against Carrier, who's actually one of his best friends in real life. They spend a lot of time together, even to this day, right? It doesn't matter that they're playing for opposing sides. They probably weren't hanging out last night, I would assume. Because, of course, this is definitely a very important matchup, and you're not going to be buddy-buddy with the guy on the opposing side. However, they have been very, very close in the past, played together, of course. But Mako and Deft was another love story that we've spoken about quite a lot with EDG. So it does just show that Deft is definitely that kind of mentor on the team.
Yeah, right? He's definitely someone who I think likes to maintain relationships with players. I think that's a really good point. I noticed he spent a lot of time with Pioshik, actually, as well. Every time DRX came to the studio, always asked him how he was doing, would have a chat with him before the game. And, yeah, Deft is one of the big veterans here of these 10 players that you can really rely on if you're Hanwha Life Esports. And we're going to have to see that happen, you know, because you can't always get a carry champion for Chovy. You're sometimes going to have him play the global and empower the rest of the squad.
No, exactly right. And it's so cool that on the other side, it's Faker, and Deft and Faker went to high school together. Both of them at Mapo High School. Yes, indeed. In fact, that's where Mal and I live.
I still live in Mapo, too. We're all a Mapo squad here.
You can't make that up. But they went two of the, like, obviously what is the greatest player of all time. And I think that Deft is in a similar vein to, I don't know if that's an whole argument that we're not going to get into, if he'd like be at the same level as someone like Uzi, but one of the greats that never has actually collected as many titles, at least internationally. And I think that it's just beautiful that they come from they shared so much time of their life together before they then abandoned that time to play League of Legends.
To become mortal enemies.
Which we are all very grateful for.
Yes.
And we talked a lot about T1's journey, right? The troubles they've had throughout the year. But it's also important to talk about Hanwha, because they are a team that inspires a lot of love and a lot of enthusiasm, because even though they were 8th, right, throughout this split, we knew that they were better. We saw the exact same team in spring. Wasn't quite enough, though.
Yeah, exactly. But while we work to resolve this issue, we are going to throw it back to the analysts to further break down this matchup.
And you thought you were done with us. Boy, were you wrong. Small peripheral issue on stage for Faker. And as we talked about, with the mid lane matchup being so damn important to this series, the last thing you want is for any of these players to be stepping into game 1 without everything in working order. So we're going to get that fixed for him on stage. We'll keep you updated throughout on what's happening on stage, and we'll get you back into the game as quickly as possible. Until that time, I think, as we already have talked a lot about the mid lane and a little bit about how the junglers might affect that, the next lane or place I want to go to is the top lane, because on one side for T1 we have one of the star top laners in the tournament. On the other side, somebody that, again, before the tournament started, people were already pretty low on, and we could have the debate about whether or not he's outperformed or underperformed those expectations, but I think people would still say, Lyric, that Kana versus Morgan feels lopsided.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we see their performances so far in this tournament, right? Kana has been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
T1 funnel resources into him. And even going back to their regional final match, Kana was solo killing Morgan over and over every game. So this one is one I'm definitely a bit afraid of for Hanwha Life if they can't find a plan to shut Kana down, because no matter how good he looked in the regional gauntlet, I feel like Kana's someone looked better at Worlds.
Yeah, Kana has just been insane. And so when my focus shifts towards what Morgan is going to do, essentially what Atlas says is true. They give him nothing, and there's not much of an expectation, but like, he actually has been performing much better in week 2. I think week 1 was actually really poor for him in the group stage. But in week 2, he was winning matchups. That was already kind of like, I didn't expect him to win the Renekton versus Graves matchup when they went against PSG, right? He was actually doing quite well there. Team fights, he was actually doing really well. Some of the replays we were running there, he was being that meat shield. So he's at least getting his job done and improving as the weeks go on.
So last year, Morgan played in the LPL.
Yeah,
he was on this team called Team WE, and Morgan had one job. He picked Renekton every game, but it was always TP bot at like level 4, level 5. Every single game, you do the same thing. We throw everything to our bot lane. He just pretty much is consistently down there. And I mean, that could be a shift for Morgan to go back to the WE days.
Does he have the same job here on Hanwha Live Esports, or is it a little bit of a different look for him?
Look mid a little bit more.
Okay.
So maybe roam mid too, if he has priority in his lane. Raz,
if he has priority.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I shouldn't even have finished the damn sentence. But like that, when you're talking about LPL, my heart was breaking, because I remember when he was playing an LDL with JD's academy team.
He looked good.
He looked good. He was promising, and it was on, unsurprisingly, Aatrox. So like, it comes back to the fact that he's on his comfort champions, and I think he performs really well on those comfort champions. And also, Hanwha Life recognize they got to play bot side, and I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, well, just a quick update. We have solved the peripheral issue, but Faker needs a moment to go ahead and get it all in working order. And so we will be back into a game as quickly as we possibly can, but just an update that we have at least solved the technical issue.
Big win.
And we're moving back towards back towards getting this series kicked off. If we talk about top side being a big advantage then for T1, and we've already talked about what can Chovy do, along with Willer in the 2v2, let's hop to the other 2v2 on the bottom side of the map. What do we expect to see?
Yeah, I think.
What was that?
No, okay. Look, we both want to talk about this.
Sorry, I want to stop talking about the bot lane. I want to start talking about whatever just happened over there. Okay, all right.
Fine. Just wanted to let you know.
Take it away, Raz. Take it away.
Okay. But
salsa dancing with Raz during the technical pause.
But like, for me, yes, Gumayushi is an insane player. And Keria, I love a lot because of how he works with owner. So like, even though the bottom side of the map is always going to be based off the 2v2, when they finally end up basing or whatever, Keria is really, really smart about where he puts his pressure. So I really am a fan of Keria and how he plays the game.
But he's deft.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like Deft and Vista on the opposite side, I mean, in terms of 2v2 laning, I think have been completely fine. And even Vista has shown like signs of like great games. Even the Game 5 loss against T1, I feel like for a majority of that game on his Alistar was quite good. So I feel like what I want to see more out of Vista is linking up with Willer, playing more jungle support, looking towards mid, and setting up your team that way.
Because that's something that I think they do lack, is the fact that they don't necessarily play like support jungle isn't a unit, and it's gotten better. I think that's probably one of the marked improvements of this team in mid game, is that Willer and Vista's moving a little bit more frequently together, but this is just the biggest mismatch in terms of that versus a team that does it really well in T1.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at some early game statistics between the squads, I don't think it's going to surprise anyone that T1, far surpasses that of Hanwha. I mean,
first towers.
Yeah, I mean, also they were the first seed out of their group, right? And so obviously with a little bit more dominance displayed in the group stage, some of their numbers are going to look better. But I do actually really like this conversation around the bot lane because, as we mentioned, Def, and the way that in some senses the meta has trended, where you're seeing LCK teams go for the Lulus, the Yumis, alongside something that can be a late game threat. Def is exactly the kind of player that I would want to have on my squad if the meta is going that direction, as opposed to, let's say, the more aggressive 2v2s with the hard engaged supports.
I feel like the problem is, I completely agree, right? Def seems like he'd fit that style perfectly. Vista hasn't shown, at least yet at Worlds, that he's able to play it. Heck, Vista's pulled out the pike. Like, he's going to go hard in the opposite direction of playing these kill lanes. So if they are going to go that direction, would be nice to see more aggressive route.
All right, I'm jumping in because we have received word that we're ready to get into the series, and so that's enough out of us. Champion Select's on the board. Atlas, take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Dash. And here we are into Champion Select. for game number 1. Already, we're off to a fantastic start, gentlemen, because Yuumi has been banned away first on the red side. Sylas and LeBlanc taken away from Chovy here by T1.
You're going to see a lot of these bans on these champions. Sylas, one of Chovy's best this year. Champion he can carry on. LeBlanc, where we've already seen him have great success. Explosive damage dealer here in a meta where it's one of the best picks you can have if you want Chovy to be the damage dealer. They'll take the Jarvan away as well.
Was a little worried there. If I didn't see a TF ban, when Sylas and LeBlanc are both banned, I would be very upset. Fortunately, that does come through. Now, the main pick has been things like the MF that have been incredibly high prior, although Korean teams in particular, and Gumayushi himself, fantastic Aphelios players, still a multitude of options available. The Lulu that the Desk already went into, but also the Thresh. But they are going to swap off that, and the Graves have been one of the, I think, breakout picks that we didn't really expect to see as much of, been incredibly strong in the top lane.
Yeah, and Kenner has been doing the most damage on his team, and I think that is going to continue to be the fact.
Yep.
Because Graves does way too much work. He is very, very strong. I 100% expect a Renekton to be picked up, but they don't need to lock it in right now if they don't want to. It's going to be pretty standard here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports with Misfortune for Deft and Willa picking up the Xin Zhao.
They'll take the Xin Zhao over the Viego. I was a little bit surprised to see that because we've seen so much success with Willa on recent games times, right? With the Viego over the Xin Zhao has a lot more versatility and team fights, a lot more explosive power. And they're just going to take that one right away, very early, very face up. And this means the Aphelios does go over, of course, to T1.
Yeah, it can be Aphelios Lulu locked in as well.
Yeah.
And of course, Lulu, theoretically, a flex pick. They do have the best mid lane Lulu player of all time. So they could flex it, but I don't think anyone wants to see Faker on Lulu ever again, to be perfectly frank, as it is going to be some consideration before they actually lock that one in.
I do really like the Lulu as well, because you have the Graves. So even in a scenario where your Gumayushi gets sniped down, you're still able... the upside of leaving a Lulu up is that you are still always going to have a good pick between the Thresh and the Lulu, right? No matter what happens, unless they ban both, which is a really heavy investment, it's going to be comfort coming through here for Oner.
Yeah, and what do we think about the Talon being locked in last year? I mean, I think that would work with the Lulu as well, but now there is going to be flexibility to ban it away as Aurelia being considered for either Morgan or Chovy. Both have played it, and Chovy's Aurelia is one of the most terrifying picks that's in the meta at the moment.
I like the Talon for Oner. It really suits his playstyle. He's a lot more about ganking, getting over those walls, putting even some power in the bottom side of the map, something we don't see Willer do almost ever. But what's really interesting about not taking the Lulu is it's really difficult at this moment in time for Hanwha Life Esports to ban the Lulu and the Thresh and the Rakan that could come as well. Like, you have so many different options right now that even though Lulu has historically been the strongest and the most commonly paired, you don't have to pick it up right here necessarily.
What I do really like is that Hanwha Life waits with picking up this Leona until a jungler is locked in for Oner. Oner has been defaulting to the Poppy a lot, and trying to play Aurelia into Poppy is a miserable experience. Don't want to get into that, as more comfort being banned away. The Rise was a pick I haven't gotten the chance to talk about, but especially during playoffs, T1 leaned heavily on this pick to generate insane amount of tempo and swing around mid-game objectives, and that is something that I could still see Faker go back to. I do think it's going to be the Aurelia for Morgan, because the Camille, I don't think at this point you can lock in. You're going to be a full AD composition, which you don't want. And you, oh boy.
Yeah, the Zoe pick here is fantastic. Obviously, sleeps work extremely well with Misfortune's ultimate. Bullet time going to go through. The only other champion I was thinking about right now, considering the bans that would have been great for Chovy with this composition that has such a frontline, is actually Victor. But you have great frontlining. It's going to be very difficult to collapse on the Zoe. She gets set up for so much damage in this comp.
Yeah, and this is a pretty understandable Orianna pickup here. If you go down the tier list, I think that Orianna fits in the middle of all the mid laners that have been banned away. Chovy's been very outspoken in the past about not enjoying playing Zoe, even though he was one of the best that we've had in the LCK. But
Thresh coming through.
Yeah, speaking of best in the LCK, Carrier definitely the best at that. As Echo being hovered, I don't think it'll be locked in, but this is something that Carrier has been playing in the support role.
No, not going to happen. It's going to be the Thresh. But there's so many champions that can be played, right, with this Aphelios. I think Thresh is a way...
we had to actually announce that stat, as it really bothers me, to be perfectly honest.
It's a way safer pick. And now you have an incredibly well-rounded composition here as T1. And I think if you're looking at Hanwha Life Esports right now, with all the bans that have come through and how late you pick this up, the Braum is the safest pick right now. Not amazing into the composition of T1. They don't have strong melee frontlining, but it's still going to be very solid when that Talon comes through, when the Graves is trying to get up at very low range.
The one thing I do really like about the Braum is that it leans heavily in what Hanwha has drafted here, which has been their identity the entire tournament, which is skirmishes, right? Try and get that Xin Zhao Braum combo out on the map and go from there.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I'm actually very interested to see how this one's going to go, especially with more of that mid-game poke style that Chovy can now take for himself. But, ladies and gentlemen, what you're listening to now is one of the 3 regional remixes of the world's anthem. This is Burn It All Down, Pacifica remix representing Korea.
Time to burn it all down in this best of 5.
I think it's so awesome that Hanwha Life Esports has stood up to T1 in the past, because I think that everyone is correct in expecting T1 to be the favorites in this matchup. But I think that it is much closer than the fans want it to be.
Yeah, I think so. I do think that there is a chance we see an upset tonight. It absolutely could happen. We know Hanwha Life Esports brought T1 to the brink in that gauntlet. They were almost the ones to go straight to groups and to skip that play-in tournament. They almost were there, 1 game away.
I gotta say, I was already excited, right? It's the LCK teams. It's a rematch of the Gauntlet. So getting me even more excited.
Yeah,
I really like it. It's kind of low key as well, which I really appreciate. You know, you don't need to go into Grandeur when the match in front of you is this amazing.
Yeah, I felt like we needed to be like speaking, like saying something far more profound.
Yeah.
But I think
hey, it's only game 1. It's only game 1, guys.
Justice.
You know, we've got more time.
Yeah, hopefully we can practice. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to request to have that song just put on. Maybe if we get a lull state or something like that, we can just request the music. Could be how it works out. But here we are onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 have elected to be on blue side, as they were, of course, the highest seed. Hanwha Life now will be playing from red. Both of these team compositions full of comfort for both of these teams. I think that when you have a look at the tier list of these champions and where they would sit, I think T1's probably got a stronger comp, quote unquote. But I think Hanwha Life have a lot of the tools that they would like. I think that what I'm drawn to is Morgan on this Aurelia and seeing whether or not he's actually going to be able to have an impact.
Yeah, it's really interesting, you know, between both solo laners of these 2 teams, the different power that they have.
And remember, you can tweet in as well. Use that hashtag Verizon 5G all chat. Let us know what you thought about the regional anthem. I think it's super cool, this new idea. So let us know what you think. Also, let us know whether you think that I am a complete moron for predicting that Hanwha Life is going to win this, because based on the fan vote, I think that there's a lot of people that might.
But you have been right thus far. You believed in Hanwha when no one else did, and that faith did indeed pay off. When we look at the early pathing here, completely unsurprising. Willow is pathing away from top. Morgan will not be receiving any attention this game, like he hasn't in the past. And I do wonder, especially with the setup that's available in both mid and bot, whether we're going to see any attention paid to that, especially with the Xin, I think, in terms of early dueling with both the Zoe or the Braum. A lot stronger than what T1 has available. I think Ona needs a little bit more time. Also not gone for any of the aggressive summoners. No Ignite, Flash, or TP rather.
Yeah, and I want to talk about sort of a bit of the best of 5 mentality as well, as this is our first best of 5 of the tournament. I think one of the best ideas in a best of 5 series is to start
with your best foot forward?
Well, not with, I mean, yes, obviously, but I think starting with a little bit more of a scaling focus with champions like, you know, the Orianna, the Aphelios, for example, so that the onus isn't on you to be proactive.
Sure.
Because when it is, all of this pressure, as well as going to come in and have a look for Faker, but Faker, of course, the king of being ganked early in the mid lane, knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the reason I kind of interjected and said best foot forward is for me because I thought this comp, what we're seeing from both of these teams is so much stylistically what they like to play, right? You've got Morgan on a split pushing champion where he can actually initiate for his team. He's not on a big damage dealer, right? And I do really feel like if you're going to start a best of 5 like this, you know, you just play standard, you play to your strengths, and then you evolve as the series goes on.
And my question going into the mid-game is T1 going to be able to generate a lot of the laning leads like they have been able to do against basically every other team? We've seen this Phalios for Guma, Kana's Graves or Jace, whichever he is on at the time, be able to generate immense CS leads, obviously in mid. Not really within the realm of expectations considering the level of laner that Chovy is. And also, Atlas, I'm kind of hurt, you know, that you didn't pay as much attention to play-ins, because you know that there's been best of fives.
Well, I mean, yes, but not so far since the group stage.
There's a different scale here, Chronicler.
That's not what I'm saying.
The most beautiful thing of it that I know that you've been so invested in Hanwha's journey. So I know that you know this.
No, well, of course I know that. Oh yeah, but it is the first of the best of fives of this stage of Worlds. Okay, let's maybe go with that. Thank you for. Look
at this damage though.
As Faker's down to about 100 health. A couple more autos will need to come through. Command Protect is going to make sure that Faker does survive with his flash intact as Hook connects on the bottom side, but Willer is here in the nick of time.
We'll be totally fine here. Scuttles traded, and you know what I was gonna get into here is Chovy is the type of player who will put the threat on with the Zoe. A lot of Zoe players play a lot more passively. They're sometimes fearful of ganks potentially, as we got action all over the place.
Yeah, Morgan going for a bit of a trade. Working out pretty nicely there as he had just teleported back in, so don't get overly excited, everyone. This is, of course, Canna just trying to get as much as he can before getting that teleport off, restocking on some items, as, of course, Morgan is a bit of a soldier. He's got a backup sword and his sword and shield. He is ready to go to battle.
Kana comes back to lane here, but something I wanted to point out earlier in terms of the stylistic differences between these two teams is that with Hanwha Life Esports, the majority of their damage comes from Chovy, 31 compared to Morgan sitting at 19. The exact opposite is true of T1, where Kana sits at 31% of the team's damage and Faker sits at 19. And I think that big difference is what's so interesting between these two teams is we're going to see in these drafts, Chovy needs to be on champions, I think, to find success versus T1, where he can carry and do damage. If you put him on a global champion against a team like T1 that's decision-making is so good and isn't going to falter on macro, and he isn't going to get Morgan fed and get deft ahead as easily as he would against some of the weaker teams, I think there will be a struggle here for Hanwha Life Esports. That's why I was mentioning the Victor. I like this Zoe pick quite a lot, and I think picks like Azir are going to continue to be banned.
And what I'm really liking from T1, and Kana also should be very much in the know that Wheeler is here.
Yeah, Morgan doesn't have a reset right now as Wind Becomes Lightning does connect. There's the ulti to come forward from Canna. He is going to be absolutely fine, and Owner not coming in for the assist doesn't give away his position.
Yeah, really nice smoke screen there. But what we saw was that the reason why I was fairly certain that Kana was going to be fine is because Willow was double spotted. There were 2 wards in his jungle, and we saw that the moment that he appeared on those wards, Guma, Yushi, and Carrier used that time to also go in very aggressively on that bot side and try and keep the shove in that lane. And that is something that I think T1 has done exceptionally, even domestically, is how much they force prio based on the knowledge that they have is Chovy.
Yeah, Shockwave going to come through. There's the hook perfectly lined up as Chovy just didn't want to flash. Eventually he will, but they also have to invest the exhaust from Vista, so a lot of power taken away now from Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, a bit of a risky position there for Chovy to be in, considering they didn't know where Carrier was. He loves to roam. It's one of the things that you're going to see from this guy on his Nautilus, obviously on his Thresh. Every single time he plays it, you give him a chance to get out of lane, and he's going to look for an opportunity. And he was standing just in range of that hook, and that's 2, you know, well, actually just 1, but the one big flash tool now is gone for Chovy. And you get 2 big things out of this. One is going to be this extra prio. Now you're grouped up, heading towards the top side of the map before this Herald spawns.
Yeah, it's almost T1 time on the map right now, as we are approximately 40 seconds away from that Rift Herald spawning, and right now T1 are in a fantastic position to take that one away. Currently with a slight gold lead just from laning advantages that they picked up for themselves as Carrier puts down a ward, gets the good news that Morgan has no idea what's going on. Willer comes on over. He's trying to scan things out, but Morgan's going to have to play very defensively here. We'll see whether he does actually blade search forward or look for some of this CS as Carrier now searching for the hook, finds the blade first, end of the line comes on in, and that is a very dead Aurelia and first blood to T1.
2 huge plays from Carrier right off the get-go. Takes away Chovy's flash, and they're able to get prio and set up for gathering around this Herald. Then they're able to, right before it spawns, pick off Morgan with a fantastic hook. He has a control ward with him, is able to verify Morgan, doesn't know he's coming. And T1, they love to fight for these Heralds. Sometimes they flip games over it. It's actually one of the things that Hanwha Life should be looking forward to is T1 might take a bad fight on this Herald, but when you get that free kill, you push Chovy away, you get his flash, This is just easy pickings for this early game for T1.
And if Morgan doesn't die there, if the coordination is a little bit better, Wheeler says, hey, my rep buff is missing, they might be in topside. They know how much T1 loves to play towards this. I think they might be fine because Deft and Vista were able to shove in an entire wave into that bot lane turret, and without a teleport available, there was no recourse. But because that kill was given up, no contest was possible surrounding the Herald. It's been a kill, it's been the turret plates picked up, and now all of a sudden, Gumayushi is getting even more fat. That wave that he missed on bot side doesn't matter anymore, and T1 might be looking to just push further and further, which is their early game has been incredibly dominant. In the LCK, even in games that they've lost, those first 15 minutes are always lethal. It's going to be so much harder for Hanwha Life to kind of skirmish their way back into this game. Picks with the bubble, or possibly with Brom and Xin Zhao finding an angle somewhere on the map.
I mean, Xin Zhao as a champion, you know, obviously wants to get that big lead early on.
Ooh,
so hold that thought.
Cute little shockwave here from Faker, just getting a fair bit of damage onto Chovy. Chovy should be able to trade back quite nicely, though, as Faker takes the nap and is going to take the worst of it. As Chovy still wanting a little bit more here, finds himself a cleanse on the ground, but it's not going to help him out too much here.
Problem with this too for Hanwha Life Esports is that even though Chovy gets the better of the trade here in mid lane, they're not going to be able to get a cross-map play. You had Kana on the bottom side of the map immediately pushing the wave there. Now Morgan's catching it. Chovy's pushed out a lane here. They can't contest a Drake. They can't start a Drake, rather. And so T1 just have ultimate control on the map in all lanes and all parts. And you just have to be so careful of giving T1 this little bit of an edge with a composition like this where they already have such safe engage across all parts of the game.
And also look at the power of these T1 picks. You can argue that, of course, the talent in of itself, not going to be the greatest. I think that outside of moving up front and denying vision, it might be a little bit hard to find a specific engage. But simultaneously, like Graves, Orianna, Aphelios, all these picks in the mid to late game are going to be terrifying, right? And it's Carry as Fresh. We've seen him have, I think, perhaps the most dominant support game that we've had the entire year in the LCK on the specific champion.
I think it was one of the most impressive Thresh games that I've ever seen.
And you
in my life. And I've been casting a lot of League of Legends. Seen a fair bit of that.
Well, this Drake is going to go over for free because there's a little bit of a hole in T1's vision, and Chovy was getting the better end there of the mid lane, so can't contest here as T1 don't know about this, don't have full vision. It's actually taken away there by Willer. So this ends up being a nice trade back for Hanwha Life, basically getting an objective free. It's not as equivalent, of course, as the power you're going to get in that Herald, but they're looking for something here bottom side. Kana does not have vision.
Yeah, Willer's going to come on down here, even on levels here between the jungler and the top laner. As Kanna has been on an island just a little bit here. Some last-minute plates to come through, or last 3-minute plates, I guess, if you want to be technically correct. As Gumayushi looking for Vista here underneath the turret. The flash gets him out of the way of the hook, as Vista's looking to keep himself alive. Ona now in trouble as Deft turns up once again. He gets exhausted immediately. Vista, what the heck was that? Unbelievable play from the Hanwha Life support, and they take away T1's jungler. Chovy now looking to try and get some more done, but Kanna is going to turn up once again. Decent little paddle star, and they get the flash out for the shockwave.
And even the bottom side of the map, Aurelia's getting pushed there. There's waves crashing into a turret. He's going to get another plate here at least. And this is a win in all 3 lanes here for Hanwha Life Esports.
And this is a really big swing. And T1 think they can go for the top side play because it's their strong side, right? They've been diverting all their resources. They know we're going to give them the Drake. It doesn't matter. We swapped our bot side to top to make sure that we can keep that push going, that we can get more plates onto Aphelios. And then they think it's easy peasy. It's a dive on the Brom. We have 3 people here, but Ono isn't actually there at the start of their play. A little bit over-eager from T1. And now at Gold League, that was 1.6k. All of a sudden, a lot less there. Yes, there is still a lead, but this does show that you need to respect Hanwha. And talk about Chovy, Deft has had a stellar tournament thus far. Just picked up the first kill, finished his Mythic. And
it is looking hopeful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, nice little drowsy there from Chovy. Picks himself up a claw, but Carrier is here at exactly the right time to make everything okay.
And the amount of pressure that Chovy has put on Faker this game has meant that he hasn't been able to make any teleport plays. And this is something that Faker has found so much success with the Rise with, for example. We've seen him on TF, which is why we were calling for that ban in the draft. He ends up being with his team in those topside plays you were just talking about so often. But because so much pressure has been put on him, he hasn't been able to utilize that teleport for utility, only for lanes so far. As you can see, he teleports right back because he ran out of mana there. And it's really unfortunate because that's one advantage he had over Chovy. Had he not been so pushed in, could have looked for something there on the top side, but he's just been sitting in lane.
Also, very important is that we see a really big swap here from what the T1 has mostly done, which is funnel all resources into Kana. Right? They've been in most of their games, not all of them, but the biggest amount has been Faker on a global champion and try to get Guma will be in lane, Carrier will be out, Owner's camping top, and Kana's getting all the resources that he needs to carry. But in this game, it's been all about Gumayushi, and this is something that T1, we've seen them do every now and then. We also saw them do when Teddy was on the team, and he was the one playing, or he's still on the team, but when he was the one actually playing, important clarification there.
When he wasn't on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. And I am honestly very happily surprised to think that for Vista, that individual play in of itself might not look too big, but that is the type of momentum swings that have plagued T1 in the past. This team is incredibly good at finding early game leads, but actually maintaining them, they're not as strong as a team like Damwon, where once they get a lead, that lead is not going anywhere. But T1 have had a lot of these swings in the past. Now they go in on Deft.
Yeah, Owner's looking for the dive. This turret is so extraordinarily low. They get themselves the teleport out as Gumayushi taking a lot of damage here as well. Deft moving forward as Hanwha. They do have all the boys together.
Yeah, they're going to look for a fight
might need
here.
to get out of this one. Yeah, exactly right. Troll Ward goes down. Hanwha life. Wrestle back. Some vision control.
Right
now looking for Shirley, exactly right.
I mean, this is actually an extremely aggressive play that T1 attempted. They were able to lantern Owner in for him to jump over the wall. There's almost no turret there, but you're really underestimating the fact that bullet time can clear that wave. It's not really a feasible dive to pull off here.
Well, Owner's going to get slowed down by the Winter's Bite. Teleport available from the Graves. And he is making his way towards the mid lane, utilizing it. We'll now get this minion wave pushed forward, but Hanwha got the prize they were looking for.
I would have loved if Kana just stayed bot and pushed that bot side turret, right? Could have just gotten that. T1, they were really looking for a fight there, but no one on Hanwha actually making a mistake, walking up too far and getting hooked in. Now, Gumayushi's still going to be able to pick this up, but I do love the investment from Hanwha to like try and actually hold onto their objectives as much as they can. Once the teleport was forced, though, I think T1 should have said, okay, we've already got the summoner. We can give them Herald, just back off, let Kana get the turret, and then look further. I don't think that teleport from Kana had to be invested, but clearly a team call. And that does mean that you get a little bit less than you could have gotten out of that play, but it's still a growing lead for T1.
Yeah, it does also, I think, really showcase that Hanwha Life Esports knows their opponent well. Like, they're playing so well around what T1 would do in this scenario. They're prepared to counter this dive and take the Rift Herald because they know T1's going to be coming at this timing. And that's a good sign for a best of 5 like this. You're not figuring it out on the fly. You already know. Now they're going to look for some extra gold here with this second Herald.
Yep. Turret going to go down low. Shockwave not quite able to find Chovy there as the ulti comes through. Faker so incredibly low after the bullet time, but isn't going to fall down. Doesn't have teleport, so he's going to be away for a little while as Chovy as well, under half HP. You can see Hanwha Life Esports still wanting to fight for this Drake. 5 versus 4. Drowsy comes through. This is part of the danger time for this Zoe. Collateral damage just wide, sidestepped by the Zoe. And T1 wrestled out of the river as there's the Moonlight Vigil to come down. Morgan could be in trouble here. Flashes the hook, not quite long enough. Great double stun there from Morgan, but they are still going to be able to get pressure onto this turret. T1 wanting to grab that is now Vista looking to come round once again. There's the ulti to come through for Morgan. Only one person can take that lantern, and now Kana could be in trouble. He's down so low and trying to get the damage out as Deft finishes him off in the end. Morgan likely to fall as well. It's 2 for 1 so far for T1. And Hanwha Life Esports now forced to leave. Flash comes out from Chovy. That's one that he stole away as T1 are on the wrong side of this Drake, but now with the man advantage.
It's not over just yet. They keep looking.
I mean, this is so risky for Hanwha Life Esports here.
Owner parkouring his way in. There's the Shockwave ball delivery system here, and Vista, he's going to go golden for a little while. Stands beside Willa, keeps himself alive for the moment. As Owner, below half health, great hook to come through from Carrier, but there is another stopwatch from this team. Of course, Willa, no way out. Wasn't going to invest the flash, as it turns out, as another bubble lands, but I think the T1 have finally won the fight. What do you think, gentlemen?
This is the most Chovy Life Esports scenario that you could imagine, as he's sitting back with mostly full health on the Zoe, trying to hit these pot shots while everyone else is blocking, and they're coming back in.
Does Deft have ultimate? No, he doesn't, as Owner could be in trouble here. One last auto. It's actually going to be the Zoe that picks it up with a bubble through the wall. Ocean Soul is what the Rift is going to be made out of, and that's actually amazing for a Zoe, but also pretty good for a Talon lying in wait to kill someone with all of these extra rushes.
And if this skirmish shows us anything, I can't even call it a team fight because it felt like a 2v2, a 3v3, a 4v4 all happening at the same time if you look at how drawn out it is, right? Because both of these two teams go in very hard. Kana is able to actually stay alive. One of the big powers of the Graves is how tanky, deceptively, he really is. And there's so many moments where you think it's over, but then it's not.
It's not over.
Yeah, it's still not over, actually. It's 2 levels behind. Willa's going to go in onto Faker here. Still, no, doesn't have the Crescent card available. It's about to say he did. Certainly did not, but Faker is just going to get away. No one there to back him up just yet.
So
and this is such a clear-cut sign of, even though I think in terms of macro, T1 is still the one making the better moves, right? They're earlier to the objectives. I think the shot calling is a little bit crisper. But in terms of raw mechanics, Hanwha Life is showing why they're in this quarterfinal.
Yep, Vista caught in amongst a whole lot of people as the Shockwave finds absolutely no one still. Carrier locks down that kill. In the meantime, Canna takes the turret on the bottom side, and T1 are adding winning to their winning.
I'm not 100%. I need to do replay. I think Faker actually pulled Vista out of his stand behind Brom, so he didn't have the opportunity to jump back after he got in.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that. And that's one of those things that you could do as Orianna. It's so strong against Xin Zhao and the Aurelia and, of course, the Brom in this very rare circumstance where you can actually pull it off, is to actually pull people out of their engages. As Depp might be in trouble.
Yeah, kind of looking for the dive right underneath this turret. He had the shield bow, and he's absolutely fine. Just walks up and takes down the AD carry of Hanwha Life Esports.
He's got plated steel caps. He's going to live through the damage that Misfortune can put off. And in that extended trade, you're always going to win when you have the shield bow, even under turret. And he just can't get out of it. There's no mobility whatsoever for the Misfortune. A heroic play here from Kana, and T1 are completely in control of this game now.
Really loving the Graves first pick. Really paying off there. Diving as an AD carry, another AD carry on the turret. No problem. 20 minutes into the game, and now we're starting to see the acceleration, and this is where I think the true test begins for Hanwha. You've been able to match up thus far, but now it's back-to-back trades that are slightly favorable for T1, and let's not forget, even though I think the gold lead in of itself is surmountable, if you look at the Hanwha comp, when playing from behind, champions like the Aurelia, like the Xin Zhao, are a very bad experience.
Yeah, and this is the mid-game, right? This is exactly when Hanwha Life designed their composition to be strong. Now they have to try and work on a split push comp that is much more difficult to actually utilize. And using hashtag Verizon 5G all chat, Tom has messaged in to say, I don't have the same faith that Atlas does, but I love an underdog story. Anyone remember TPA? I think there might be a lot of people that don't, to be perfectly honest, because that was a great many years ago, but I certainly do, Tom.
We all remember.
Absolutely do.
Tom knows what's up. And going back to what you guys were kind of getting at here with this composition in terms of what this comp could do from behind, it really is going to be so based upon these engaged champions now for Hanwha Life Esports and the front line that needs to be done for Chovy and Deft. And it is kind of odd and ironic that Chovy can also himself be the best initiation that Hanwha Life Esports have, because if he sleeps the right target, there is so much follow-up engaged, there's so much burst there. But if you can't pull that off and you keep getting shut down every time you try to go in as a Xin Zhao, every time you go in as the Aurelia, and T1 catch you at every turn and shockwave you, then how do you team fight against this Aphelios that's always going to have more consistent damage than this Misfortune? The Graves, it's always going to have longer fight damage more than the Aurelia will.
And I'm not entirely sure how is Hanwha, if you don't find a big break into the game within the next 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to be able to stand up to the late game. Look at Gubayushi's items. He's already gotten the Lord Dominix against the amount of health stacking that's going to be available for Hanwha. It's going to provide incredible value. A little bit anti-synergistic, when you get the extra health, the shield from your shield bow, but against the amount of dive that's available from Hanwha Life is understandable. Also note how stalwart T1 have been defending their mid lane turret, knowing that not taking that, as I'm sure you would have pointed out, Wolf, had I not swept that point away. I know you were waiting for it. It becomes so much harder to actually find those bubbles and get that consistent impact, because I talked about the relative lack of engage for T1, right? You saw it a little bit in one of the earlier mid-game fights where they wanted to re-engage, but weren't able to. As they might go in here.
Faker looking for the shockwave, finds it onto Willa there pretty comfortably as the ulti comes through to keep the Xin Zhao alive, but it's not going to work for long enough. The Gore Drinker certainly working out quite nicely, but it didn't change the fate of the Xin Zhao as Ono was looking to take care of that backline. They do back away though, just taking down the jungler just in time for this Ocean Drake to spawn.
And this is where we have to start talking about that Zoe turret, but we also have to start talking about the fact that with these lanes pushing here, and Kana has had so much pushing power this entire game for free, non-stop, you have no vision anymore. And if you don't have vision, Zoe is fighting blind, especially all these brushes on Ocean Rift. So you're just not going to be able to even walk towards this. And you're just going to be throwing darts in the dark, essentially, as Chovy in this game if you can't win a team fight before an objective. Because T1 have so much pushing power. There's so much wave clear with this comp as well. Like, you're just clearing waves, and T1 are getting objectives.
In addition to that, I think one of the problems that you're facing now as Hanwha is Chovy has gone for a very utility-based build, so he has a lot of survivability. He can throw out a lot of bubbles, right? Has the Everfrost, also went for the Lucidity boots. But when it comes to wall damage output, it is not going to be as good as some of the builds that we, for example, seen BDD go for, where you do find those consistent one-taps. In addition to that, I don't think anyone can really match Kana in the side lane. And when your Aurelia can't reliably match someone inside, a lot of the value does get taken away as Shockwave.
Chovy just walked into the Shockwave. He does use his Zhonya's, but Willa is going to pay for his sins. The ulti comes down, and it is not going to save the Xin Zhao. Ona not done just yet, as Everfrost looks to try and deny T1. But it looks like they might be aiming for a Baron instead, and that would be a massive swing in this game, in a position where T1 were already massively ahead.
Yeah, they're already so far ahead. You don't have a jungler anymore as HondaLife Esports. 100% you can take this. HondaLife, this is a mistake to challenge.
Yeah, well, Carrier finds yet another hook, but there's no backup as now Morgan looking to get in there, does dive into the back of the pit as Hama looking for more. The Baron does go over to T1, but can they keep themselves alive? Will any of these Barons make it out of the pit as Guma is about to say yes? The bullet time not finding the value they were looking for, but the bubble will now connect. And Chovy's going to find the paddle star there as well. So Ona has been taken down. 2 Barons remain on the side of T1, and it looks like 2 Barons will survive.
The risk to actually challenge this as HondaLife Esports, despite what was a fairly successful team fight there, was so high. You end up getting wiped there. You might just lose the game in that moment. You're going to lose the rest of your map control. You're going to give over those inner turrets and inhibitor control as well. But they end up fighting it back. They take away some of those Baron buffs. And it's really, as we look at this Axe replay here, all about the fact that they're able to pick Carrier off alone. There's a little bit of a disconnect here between T1's front line, well, really Thresh, and the rest of the team. Because yes, they know they have this Baron, they need to guarantee it, but your opponent doesn't have a smite. You could have turned this together a lot earlier, and now you've just given the opportunity for Morgan to close the gap on your squishy back line.
And I want to again highlight Vista, able to both hit the Winter's Bite on Faker to make sure that he dies, Aurelia diving into the back line, and then also getting the passive on top of Gumayushi, and it's only through that survivability that he has with the shield bow as well as with his red gun that he's able to stay alive throughout all that. The one downside, even though you pick up a couple of kills for Hanwha, is that I think as T1 you're still relatively happy. Kana still, but also look at who the people are that still have the buff. Kana, who you want to put in the side lane, and then you have Aphelios in Guma, who's going to just be there anyway, and you can set up a 4-1 and still utilize the power of the Baron.
Well, speaking of utilizing things, Vista going to throw out his ultimate. Ona just going to say no. He is a bruiser assassin right now. Just too many archetypes here for this Talon, who is very, very strong.
Where's Orn?
Yeah, Chovy now diving over the wall. And Faker looking to throw his orb out. Oh, that hook very, very close to landing onto his former teammate there as Chovy. These portal jumps are dangerous, but he does need to try and utilize them as these turrets are just falling one after the other. Vista, no ultimate available, but he's still stepping forward, trying to deny this turret from T1, but it is not going to work. The Red Bull Baron power play ticking up to 2,000 gold. And T1's lead doing the same thing.
And you can
6,000 right now.
You can notice too in some of these fights the point that Chronicler made earlier about Chovy's build here with the Everfrost. If you can't get close enough to ever use that, you're going to wish you had less survivability with that Zhonya's and actually just more pure damage. Maybe you could blow somebody up because T1 are just grouped up. They have better vision. So if you just hit someone with a paddle star with this low damage build, it's not going to be that impactful. T1 will just sit through it and move on. And if you're the one who has to carry these fights and look for picks and look for those blow-ups, this build probably isn't it. Now, I understand that in the longer fight, the survivability might mean that he could carry that extended fight, but with where we are in this game, I don't think that longer fight almost ever happens.
Biggest issue here for HondaLife is the item that Gumayushi just finished. Because what you saw earlier, where Gumayushi, you know, it's a long fight, and you're able to almost kill him. You don't quite get him, but at least you can walk out yourself. That walking out yourself, not happening anymore. The Infinity Edge is finished on this already incredibly fed Aphelios, meaning that as Hanwha Life, if you go in on Gumayushi now, either you 100-0 him, or he will 1v9 the entire fight and blow you up. And then the problem with that is, talk so much about Gumayushi, but Kana, very fed as well for the CS lead, able to pick up a solo kill on Deft, able to pick up multiple turrets, and now Soul Point available for T1 if they pick up this Drake.
Yeah, Bubble not going to quite find Kana there. Saw Chovy fishing for it. Hanwha with some okay vision, but T1 doing their homework. They've tidied all of it up around this area. Hanwha now trying to protect that one ward that they have, but the orb sitting right in that brush. Kana gets on over. Remember, Faker's Shockwave, it is right there. It is ready to go as Ona taken down to half health. Hanwha still with a fair bit of fight left in them. Chovy looking for a bubble, doesn't quite find it there. As the teleport comes in, it's Faker that locks down the Drake as Will is trying to keep himself alive once again. Flashes out, and he is going to survive for the moment, but T1 looking to try and race for this inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and they will have inside track to get themselves there.
Look at the teleport top here from Kana too. He's going to go for this inhibitor turret. You've got two problems at once here as Hanwha Life Esports. Morgan just used his teleport to come into that fight so late. Then they had to flash out. Willer's flashless. I mean, T1 are looking to actually start finishing this game shortly here. You make any mistakes as Hanwha, the game ends.
Well, now Morgan trying to go in. Actually, just a bit of a drive-by there, as Carrier's lanterns have just been amazing this game.
I think the support play in general has been, from both supports, has been impeccable this game. Also love the teleport from Chovy there. Might not have seen it, but he teleported on his own Nexus turret to get to the wave as soon as possible, especially with Spellbook. Not losing out too much, because if he hadn't done that, pretty sure that Kana at the very least would have gotten an inhibitor turret. With the amount of damage he has available, possibly an inhibitor. And I think Hanwha Life, they're hanging in there valiantly, but again, and this has been the recurring theme ever since that early skirmish that took about a minute and was like at 3 different places back to back to back. It's T1 that actually wins, right? They have the gold lead, they have Soul Point now. Once they get the Ocean Sword, it's going to be even harder with the amount of sustain already available on this team. And I think your window as Hanwha has now closed.
As Hanwha Life Esports, I think you have to group up on Baron. I mean, you had to group up faster and you can't because you have to deal with those waves, but you have to fight for vision first here and foremost. And if you can catch somebody with a Battle Star, get a pick, that's how you start. I mean, that's not going to be too bad for Hanwha Life Esports. That's going to be on cooldown for a while here. But you have to fight for this vision 100%. And the fact that they have 2 teleports missing here is so problematic. You can't flank anymore.
Yeah. Looking to go in for something potentially. Not able to quite find anything here as T1 just own the Rift. And against a Zoe, like, she just can't do anything when that's the case. Ona's even going to steal away this red buff. The entire jungle on both sides of the map belongs to T1. Is okay, Ona going to take a little bit of a nap here, but he's just so tanky. Willer can't say the same thing as Morgan looks for some stuns, but he's not going to quite find them. The Crescent Guard looks to try and keep Willer alive, but it isn't going to be enough as Cannon's going to get knocked up, but that is just disengaged from Hanwha Life. Another dive forward as it is going to be a bit sleepy time for Ona, but he is going to be able to make his way out. And all of these attempted picks, Chovy's landed so many bubbles, but it just does not matter.
And while this happened, T1 had a way set up on bot side to shove in. That's been pushed into the turret, getting damage, giving up 3 minions as well.
I mean, this is a fight that T1 just avoided by tossing ultimates into a choke point and letting the waves here do the work. There's no inhibitors down here, but they had push in top and mid. Remember, Kana teleported earlier to shove that wave into the inhibitor turret, so T1 tossing a shockwave. Kana even ults onto the red buff. You push Hanwha Life Esports back. You have removed all the vision around the Baron pit, and T1 are like, yeah, use 2 ults before this fight starts, but you can't teleport flank because I know Morgan's teleports down, Chovy's teleports down, so I don't even get to fight as Hanwha Life Esports. If you're Hanwha Life Esports, you don't get to flank, you don't get to come forward. And T1 are like, well, now you got to clear waves. I'm going to kill the Baron. Look at how much damage we have 32 minutes into the game with this Aphelios. There's no way you can contest. There's just absolutely no way. And T1, calm, slow and steady, going to win the race here, it looks like.
Yeah, Willer able to get himself a Raptor. And that's good news. If Hanwha Life Esports right now, that's what we have to be talking about when it comes to the positives.
No.
Like, that is... No, this is not a good thing, Chronicle. I'm not trying to say that things are okay, because that is the most okay that they are, is being able to get a Raptor camp. Because this is, like, the game has ticked past the Hanwha time. They had their time, theoretically. It was about 15 minutes into the game until about 25 is when they theoretically should have been strong. That time has gone. T1 in so much control
as Hanwha trying to do their very best to defend their base, but 2 inhibitors go down. 3-man Shockwave just found out of nowhere from Faker, as Willa, the only way that he can go is forward. He is Xin Zhao. This kid has not changed. And T1, they're looking to end it all right here, right now, as Morgan very low as well, trying to defend that one Nexus turret. Visca being a valiant defender, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Nexus turrets just melt at the hands of Gumayusi's Crescendum. The Nexus going to follow suit, and T1, all business in game 1, destroy Hanwha Life Esports.
Very dominant performance. The early game, Hanwha Life Esports did trade a few back. They were able to stop that push on the top side. They got the follow-up Rift Herald there. But in the mid to late game, they didn't play to their win conditions as well as T1 did. Non-stop, using Kana to push, controlling waves, and with that controlling vision meant that Hanwha Life Esports couldn't wrestle back control. They were always one step behind with a composition that just can't play that way. You can't scale better than T1's comp with what they're running.
And here in this first game, we see both the reasons why Hanwha Life are in the first place, which is that mechanically they can actually stand up, right? I think those skirmishes were a really good example of what could have been. But then you also see why T1 was first in their group. Because when it comes to actually getting objectives, using the pressure that they have available, and consistently out-trading your opponent cross-map, it's hard to match them.
Yeah, and one of those big questions that we asked as well was how much have T1 actually improved in their time at Worlds? And I think the answer is a whole lot. But on the other side of the break, the desk will be breaking down all of the action. But as we go, we're getting another peek behind the scenes at the stage of our competitors in Iceland, thanks to our friends at Oppo.
For my interviews, I want them to be unique in the sense that we have very different players, and I want to bring the best approach to talk about them. Hardest group. Worlds 2021 has been amazing, especially since it's the first time I get to be on site since 2019, and it's very cool and different to be able to see the players, to see the whole environment, and it's been an amazing experience so far.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Flying with fire, and we'll burn it all down. Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's T1 who comes out on top in game number 1 of our first quarterfinal best of 5. And gents, we're going to start where we always do, particularly when we're looking at a best of 5 and setting the table for what could end up being an entire 5-game series. We've got to start in Champion Select. We've got to have an understanding of what these teams came to the table with in their very first strategy out of the playbook.
Yeah, I think both teams came in with like very clear ways of how they wanted to play the game. For the side of Hanwha Life, you can see it's very like mid-jungle influence. You have the Zoe Zinzao very strong in that early 2v2. We saw Willer trying to go for some early ganks. And then to me, it's about trying to make sure your top laner doesn't fall behind. So then in the mid-game, you can try and play out through being on objectives first, poking out with the Zoe, and always having this side pressure to enter. To where for T1, I think it's a lot more, I'd say, standard in terms of a lot simpler, Raz.
Yeah, it's a lot more standard. I think it's better for team fights. Also, easier to have that go signal of an engage with the Thresh as well, and a go sign, I guess. The Talon delivery system with the Orianna ball on top of his head.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally think of him necessarily as the the premier Ori ball delivery system, but it worked out for them in a number of ways. And honestly, I love the call out to the Thresh as well, because for me, and we're going to hit this one pretty early on, instrumental to T1's victory was our Oppo player of the game. It was Keria on that Thresh, getting a lot of work done in the early game. While it was a bit of a trepidatious slow start for kind of both teams, it was Keria that was making visits across the map to help action happen for T1.
And this is what I was talking about coming into the series, was that Keria makes these things happen for your team. So he was able to, of course, this was the top side play, but he also impacted the mid lane matchup. When he went straight through mid, got the hook on towards, and followed up on an Orianna ulti on Chovy, which left him burning flash. He was behind, he had to take a bad base off that when this is just Keria's presence in the early game.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely the biggest part, right? When you talk about how Hanwha's draft kind of set them up for the mid-jungle and then playing towards top side, the fact that they had push in bot lane and Keria had such a massive impact on both mid and top matchups meant that it was really hard for Hanwha to ever find a way into the game.
Also, a team comp that has very little front line, so very reliant on him to kind of be that barrier between Hanwha and the carries on the side of T1. But Raz, I'm going to return to the point you made about the focus towards mid lane. And while it didn't take a ton of visits there to be effective, this was the first game at Worlds where Chovy found himself down in CS at 15 minutes. So right off the bat here, Keria affecting the mid lane to the degree that possibly the best laner in the world is not straight up winning the lane.
It's about that efficiency. You come mid once, and if it works, perfect. And it worked. He went towards Faker. Faker got that advantage, and it was a consistent thing throughout that game. So that's what I love to see out of T1 and especially Keria.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we think about that, Chovy was almost solo killing Faker early on, like forcing him to go back over these TPs and just out trading him completely. Just Keria, amazing job impacting the map.
I almost feel like with him doing the shush behind us that we have to be quiet, listen to Faker, but we'll roll through some of the remaining moments of the game. It was T1 who kind of came up big in a number of the skirmishes.
Yeah, I feel like T1 just had an understanding of what they needed to do. They came into mid-game with the lead, and especially, I think, looking kind of at the downsides of Hanwha, Hanwha's comp does really well when it's on Dragon first or when it can control choke points with the Sleepy Trouble bubbles, and they started to get really antsy.
Nerf shield bow.
They were running into T1, and they got T1 strong enough to where they could do that dash, they can abuse that shield bow, and run down the members of Hanwha Life.
I know it's just like this. It was the most mundane tower dive I've ever seen in my life, right? Like, it just, he didn't look like he was worried in any way, shape, or form. Exactly. It was so painful. All right, let's talk real quick. Let's talk game 2, right? What's the answer for Hanwha? Because I do feel like in a lot of ways, as we mentioned, both teams drafting to kind of the way you would expect them to want to play. And it was just T1 who straight up beat them.
Yeah, I felt like T1 had the better scaling draft, so maybe that's one way to go about it. But also, I think in game 2, just play the same comp, but play better. That dragon fight we were talking about, they had mixed ideas and comps. They were pulled when they already had focus on dragon. If you're going to go on a play, just commit to it rather than flip-flopping.
I like it. Play the same comp. Just play better, yo. Just play better in game number 2. We'll see if Hanwha Life Esports can do just that. On the other side of this break, we've got more action coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
Again. You wanna dose of this right now it's KD8 I'm a goddess with a blaze 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 I could take you to the top 절대 멈추지 못해 내가 끝내주는 bag yeah And when I start to talk that oh you know how to react I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins you can hear it in my growl So keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 다 할 수 없는 rebel 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해 We got it all in our hands now So can you handle what we're all about We're so tough, let's get it, show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck but you're not bringing us down We go hard, till we get it, we go hard We so in it, we pop stars Only winning, winning now Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down You ready for this? Let's go! See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold When I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game Said I'm on fire with the blade You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa So keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We so tough Let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck but you're not bringing us down We go hard till we get it, we go hard We so in it, we pop stars Only winning, winning now Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down 난 멈추지 않아 Oh, we go hard Oh, we pop stars Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck but you're not bringing us down We go hard till we get it, we go
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. This is the first quarterfinal and already T1 off to a fantastic start, taking down Hanwha Life Esports in the first game. Now Hanwha with a chance to fight back, see exactly what they're going to be able to do to adjust. But the problem was, gentlemen, that I was running into was the fact that T1 just played a way better game as a
across
whole.
the board, yeah. It was not a mechanical error from Hanwha Life Esports at any real point. I mean, there were a few weak performances from Willer. He did use a stopwatch early, got caught several times, but like, you're the Xinxiao, right? You don't have a lot of options, but what I was most impressed about for T1 was just their ability to, as they always do, play around objective control and vision. And when you're playing Zoe, you need that vision so desperately to actually be effective, and he just was not able to, Chovy, in that game, to pull it off.
And it reminds me of that moment in How to Train Your Dragon, you know, where the kid's looking up to his dad, and his dad's like, well, you just have to change this, and indicates the entirety of him. And
yes.
Honestly, like, that's how much Hanwha needs to get better, right? Because the entirety of T1's game was just better in game one. So, changing the draft could be an option, and of course now, you've got Hanwha Life Esports on the blue side.
And it would be such a victory for Hanwha, because the reason why they were 8th, we haven't really talked about yet. We did mention shortly that they were better in spring, but the reason why they were in 8th was not because of individual performances, although some players didn't do as well, but the team just felt like 5 individual players, barely in comps, not communicating, and throughout this tournament we've seen them get better and better and better at it, and this first game to me felt very much like a regular split game for Hanwha, where individually you can see the talent of these players, but then when it comes to actually matching teams that rotate a lot sharper than they used to, that have better shot calling, that have better target selection, they kind of fall apart. And in this next game, you need to either get bigger leads due to draft in the laning phase, otherwise it's gonna, I think, be really, really hard.
Or just get LeBlanc. And that's kind of what they have the option to do
right here. They have it open.
Here.
They certainly do. I 100% think you'd first pick this because this is where you can actually have Chovy on a champion where LeBlanc is the most I can be anywhere, I can do anything. If I win lane, I get items. I can actually blow up almost any squishy champion in the game. Very difficult to track. One of the highest skill expression champions you have in League of Legends right now. It is the Chovy champion for this meta. And I cannot believe they banned Jarvan instead on red side.
And that, to me, leads me to believe that T1, you know this is coming, right? So this is going to be a very clear cut. Let's not forget that as it will be the Lissandra, which has been the go-to counter pick, that T1 also have let a Yuumi go through and actually were able to punish it, unlike many other teams.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Faker had gone for the Lissandra. Actually, like, part of me wanted Faker to pick Morgana for revenge against Pawn in 2015, but not going to be the case. And of course, doesn't work the same way as it used to, as Varus being considered once more. This was Deft's go-to pick back in the day when Varus was out of meta, actually.
Yeah.
He'd play the lethality Varus when he felt like a lane was something that he wasn't going to be able to win, and now up against the Aphelios, he's going back to it one more time. I believe we have not seen Varus at all so far yet at
Yeah,
Worlds,
I think this
right?
is the first time, and he's going to lock it in here early on. Now, the Xin Zhao, I'm not a huge fan of, but you do have a lot of poke, obviously, with both the LeBlanc and the Varus that set up engages before the Xin Zhao actually goes for that full-on engage, but did not go well for Willer last game, and so a little bit shocked that he's shying away from the Viego, or at least saving this pick until later.
I was kind of hoping to see a poke comp come out. I think the Varus and the LeBlanc work very well together. Use the Varus to get targets low, and Chovy can go in and blow them up instantly. But instead, you go for the Xin Zhao, which I think the 2v2 is strong with the LeBlanc, right? Kind of acts as a lead light. But here it is, again, the Poppy that Owner has been able to pull out, and the lockdown and peel that is already available for T1. To both protect Gumayushi and also proactively find target, kill target. It's going to make the life of both Xin and LeBlanc so much harder.
I think you've got to ban away the Thresh and the Lulu here as Honor Life Esports. That does still leave open a lot of options. The Rakan is banned by T1. They have no interest in picking that one. But even if you ban both of those, they can still pick up the Leona, which is very strong with the composition they have as well. So, I mean, it is looking very good for T1 right now. Now, the Kana targeted ban on this Kennen is so huge. You've taken away his two most played in the Jace and the Kennen. And historically speaking, especially in this tournament, T1 have relied so much on Kana being the damage. With Lissandra, you have a lot of utility. You have the ability to shut down this LeBlanc. But you still need more consistent damage, and Kana on this Jace, or rather the Kennen, could have done a little bit of engage and damage, but you've taken that away now.
Yeah, you've actually taken away his entire World's Champion pool. The only champs that he's played have been the Jace, Graves, and Kennen, so he's going to have to bring out something new here. Of course, still a lot more available, and in fact, the Poppy's already locked in. Could theoretically be a flex towards that top side of the map, but highly expecting Owner to play it once again, as he was so good on it previously in the tournament, as the Thresh, thankfully, is going to be banned.
I'm thinking Gwen. I think that a Lulu-Gwen rotation here for T1.
So good.
It works really well. Gwen was a really big pick for Kana, even in the LCK Summer Finals. It's basically been his go-to outside of some of the major picks that we've seen. And this is a really interesting pivot, and kind of, to me, yeah, I'm really happy to see this, because look at what is still left of Morgan's champion pool, right? I think most picks that you might be expecting, think of things like the Renekton, think of things like the Ornn. Both of these you're completely fine playing the Gwen into. And if you look at the lanes that are already available for T1, you can choose to play towards that Gwen, or you can just leave her on her own. Kana's shown that he's been able to sustain himself without resources, scale into 2 items, and then be an absolute menace in both team fights and side lane.
The Nautilus coming through here for Vista, which is one of his best champions actually back in the LCK, is an interesting one because it doesn't feel inherently strong against what T1 is running. You can try to disrupt some of the front line with this, but it means that I think you're going to really get outpaced in the mid to later parts of the game. You're not going to be able to have that much power roaming mid either. Now, I like it more when you do see this Renekton coming through, because now you have a lot of lockdown, you have a lot of CC and burst damage, but I think this is a pretty easy Lulu 5th pick here for T1 now. But with the Renekton, they pivot to the Braum, and you can't hate it. I think the Lulu would be a lot more powerful for what this composition does, because you already have such a great front line, but the Braum is so good into the Renekton.
Yeah, trying to mitigate some of those melees. I loved the look on Morgan's face when he got his Renekton. Of course, like, we've been talking about Morgan's improved, things like that. No, Morgan just started picking Renekton again, because that is the champion that is 150% his comfort. Of course, Lyric already letting us know on the desk.
There's a team called WE.
Yes, I believe there might be. They've been around for a while, as it turns out.
I feel very scared for Hanwha's chances in the second game, because I look at this draft and I think that it is just, if you don't get ahead early, it's way worse than last game. You're playing into Gwen with a bunch of melees, right? And then you can't have the Varus, which is something. But he gets negated by the Braum. You have Lockdown in the Lissandra. You have Engage in the Poppy, as well as a lot of tankiness between those two champions. And you have Gumiush's Aphidos yet again.
Yeah, do you know what it looks like to me? It looks like the draft on Hanwha Live's side was a pop quiz. And T1 got all of the answers right.
It does feel that way.
We're locked in.
And I think the Poppy is just so powerful right now in this meta. It's strong against LeBlanc, very survivable. Obviously, the dash being a bit of an issue there for Chovy. I think Chovy's and Hanwha Life Esports' win condition here is going to be blowing up Gumiusi. If you can blow him up, this team's composition in terms of sustained damage goes way down. So you're gonna have to protect this guy. You're gonna have to make sure you know where Chovy is at all times. You need to know where Varus is. You need to track him, because if he ends up hitting an arrow, then Chovy dashes in and gets that kill. Suddenly, it's a 5v4 fight that Hanwha Life Esports wins without Aphelios almost every single time. So that's got to be your win condition.
Even then, I think in the late game, once Kana has 2 or 3 items, that is not enough anymore. Like, that, you still need to take into account how much damage this Gwen is going to be able to do, looking at the champions that Hanwha Life have available outside of Chovy. Dealing with that Gwen later on is going to be such a nuisance, and Hanwha Life, first 10 minutes, better get ahead in every lane.
Yeah, let's see whether they can do that as we are onto the Rift for game number 2. Yeah, I'm just thinking about this from Def's perspective after 20 minutes, and that is a game that I don't want to play.
No.
Personally, you don't have any mobility at all, and T1 can jump on you from almost every single angle. It's very, very scary.
And also Braum.
Yeah, no, it's just, there's no good news.
No, it's just
Renekton could get kicked out of the team fight by Owner. It is very difficult. I mean, either one of these frontliners for Hanwha Life Esports is going to be removed in an objective fight, very likely. So it feels like Hanwha Life Esports desperately tried to copy someone else's homework, almost even, in terms of that, for going back to the reference you were saying earlier about the pop quiz, like in terms of how they wanted to finish this draft, because I understand Vista wants to have power in mid, wants to be able to maybe threaten Faker so Chovy can get a lead and get ahead, so he wants to be on this roaming support. They have enough prio with this Varus into the Aphelios. I do like that, because that's one lane where you can get prio, then you can send Vista to mid and hope to get Chovy that money he needs so desperately early. But otherwise, this Nautilus doesn't feel very strong into this composition at all, and is often just going to be isolated and blown up so quickly if he decides to engage ever.
Yeah. And I'm sort of looking at this game like, Chovy, okay, that's an interesting one. Gets himself an Electrocute proc, as Faker has taken the Aftershock. Not going to be any Electrocution Lissandras this time around. Pretty happy with that. As Carrier now sitting in the brush, gets a bit of a thumbs up here, as Deft is just going to walk away.
I like the Electrocute more. I think that the value of Aftershock early on is pretty relevant, but then you can argue, as Faker, later in the game, your only job is utilize your passive and protect the rest of the team.
Yeah. And this is, of course, our featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Chovy versus Faker. And already, you know, Chovy doing okay in it. It's Faker down underneath 200 health, but it's not exactly the greatest early on here for the Lissandra, but she is pretty good at weathering the storm and denying all of the jump-ins, as that Circle of Frost is going to indicate exactly that, but of course not enough just yet.
If he connects that chain there too, Faker might have to blow a flash there, is going to be forced out of lane. And that, of course, will be matched by Chovy. But yeah, this is where Chovy found a lot of success in game 1 early. Was behind in CS, technically speaking, at 15, but did threaten Faker, prevented him from using teleport. And once again, you're seeing how strong this player is at early lane.
And it's not impossible, right? Because if I remember correctly, it was Jensen into Icon that was actually able to, in this counter matchup, still get the upper hand, still be able to find repeated counter kills.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a loose counter matchup.
It's a post-6 counter.
We've actually seen that in other regions, like us here in Korea, we think that Lissandra very good into LeBlanc, but we've seen in other regions it hasn't even worked more often than not.
Yeah.
So It's not 100% or anything like that hard counter or anything, as Owner moving up towards the top side of the map. Morgan actually playing this one out pretty well so far, but things very, very even. And we've already said Hanwha need huge leads if things want to be good. Already a flash on the bottom side as Gumayushi gets himself out of the way. The Gravitum comes on through as well as Deft walking away level 3, so he can't use the ult or anything like that. It's Carrier. He wants even more. The passive stacking up the flash eventually comes out, and T1 brute force Hanwha Life out of the lane.
Double pots had to be used here for Deft. He barely gets out of this one, and now you've lost control of a lane that you already had pushing power in, and feels like a little bit wasteful to go for that type of all-in. Losing your summoner as well here. Yes, you still have the Hex Flash here as Vista, but it's painful.
One upside here is that if you can set up a play or maybe a possible dive around Gumayushi at some point, now that the flash isn't available, that might provide you a little bit of counterplay, but as a whole, probably going to be the same story which you've seen throughout the entire tournament, which is Gumayushi gets Aphelios as Faker.
Yeah, gonna have to claw his way out, and he does so. But Chovy once again with a lot of control on the wave. And now, if Faker goes home, it's going to be a lot longer before he makes his way back to the lane, as Vista also unlocked on his way back in after having to blow that flash bottom side.
So the type of play I was talking about with this Nautilus that we see from Vista all the time. It's something Carrier loves to do. Effort, of course, from the LCK, very famous for doing this on the Nautilus, where if you have something like a Varus, you can keep that lane pushed, you have the prio, and then you just come up mid, and if Faker is not here, obviously you don't look for the pick, you just help push the wave up and grab some of the extra CS. So it's being nice here for Chovy. We'll get a free back as a result.
Liking this from Vista, helping out Chovy, who really wanted to back there, but the wave not actually crashing. So getting a little bit of help there from his support, making sure that those stacks stay down and you share the gold that is available to you. And again, Kana not really getting any resources. Really a big switch up that we've seen here in style from T1. Especially recently where they have been focusing so much on Kana, but so far, it's working out fine, right? Gumayushi and Carrier are able to generate leads quite aggressively.
Yeah, Owner as well with a decent lead in the jungle. Hit level 5 a little bit earlier. Is able to be a couple of camps ahead of what Will has been able to do as well. So far, the Poppy, not exactly active as far as getting lanes ahead, but certainly is able to do a lot of work for himself. As Canna now looking for his first plate of the game, and will snip that one down very comfortably.
Yeah, Morgan saves his teleport, wants to have that for a potential skirmish on the bot side of the map where Owner has been hovering quite a bit. You see he's taken away the Raptor camp now here on the blue side. So having that teleport in those bot skirmishes, that was something Lyric joked about earlier on for the early game for this Renekton player. It's certainly something that could be very useful in the next upcoming moments. Because speaking of which, I mean, you could see the group up here. Willer is scouting this out. Having that teleport right now is so critical for Morgan.
Really like this read here, because you see the camp is gone, you see the ward, it's relatively fresh, so there's a reasonable expectation that Owner is still hovering about top side. Vista and Deft play accordingly, very respectfully, and with that knowledge, Morgan also, again, available to shove in. And the problem, of course, inherently in this matchup is, yeah, he gets a plate. I think he does really well in the 1v1, as should be expected of the Renekton early on. But this is not the kind of lead you need to secure against the Gwen, because once that Riftmaker hits, it already becomes a lot harder to just stay away from the threat of an all-in with Needlework, and then post-Second item, it's much, much worse.
Yeah, I want to see what happens after this first Rift Herald, because that's when things can really get out of hand.
That was a sexy follow, but not actually going to eventuate, result in anything.
Well, I mean, he gets a nice trade here once again.
Looked very, very cool.
It did look cool, and Vista's here. I mean, we've talked about this so much power here with this roam.
Double backs.
Hex Flash?
Oof. Needs a few extra links in that chain, unfortunately.
Almost Herald time.
But the timing of this is so huge. Just like we saw last game, you force Faker in, you shove these waves in, Herald spawning, Life Esports trying to get every small advantage they can before this objective they know T1's going to fight for.
And Chronicler, are T1 going to fight for it?
I know this is a trick question, because everyone knows the answers to this, Atlas. This is the freebie points on the pop quiz. Yes, they will 5-man commit to Herald, because they've always done it.
That's a pass mark for you at least there, Chronicler. We'll check back in.
Gumayushi and Carrier shoved out the early wave, are just going to sack the wave that's being shoved in the bot right now, but Hanwha Life actually able to get over here with everyone.
Is this a River K-Ram, potentially? In this one, as Morgan walks on through. Getting some vision down. As you can see, Faker taking care of the mid lane. The rest of Life Esports moving on in.
They have a lot of vision control around this Herald, so they can collapse on the Faker, force some resources to come back mid. The Faker's going to have to clear this wave. At some point, T1 is going to have to engage if they want this.
Yeah, down to 1 caster creep each. They are both going to be cleared out. Both of these wards also dying at exactly the same time. Both of these teams doing almost exactly the same thing. We'll see whether an actual fight is going to break out as Life remain in control as far as vision is concerned on the Herald.
You have teleports.
Yeah.
Just send Kana to bot to actually
exactly.
catch the wave. Stop letting the wave die.
Yeah, I'm actually sad also too that T1, well, I mean, looks like they're going to commit to this, which is very, very greedy in terms of positioning. Your Faker has to be so careful. They're just going to straight up start this.
Oh, engaging in onto T1 is dangerous, though, as we've got a back coming through from Morgan, maybe thinking about getting himself an item. A teleport coming on down from T1 as Faker's going to get hooked, has the ultimate, keeps himself alive. Chains of Corruption come out as well, though, as Deft looking for some arrows. HLE getting in amongst it as well, as she eventually decides that she wants to get out, as Chovy bullying Gumayusi away from this pit, and T1, they don't want the fight.
T1, I mean, they really just got completely out-rotated here. Morgan's on the backside, by the way, and is going to be able to catch this wave, but hit point advantage goes to Life Esports. They've got long range engaged too. You have to respect this as T1. This could be a huge mistake. There's a teleport coming through top side here.
That's the second teleport to come on in. Faker, no flash available, but now has full health once again. As Morgan, he can blast cone over, but the information is now there from T1. They know that this isn't going to work out, as Owner is going to steal away the Rift Herald. Now Morgan diving on in immediately. He gets exhausted. Canna looking for Willer on the backline, but has he overextended is a question. Morgan staying alive for so long, and first blood goes to Faker. Chovy gets smashed into the wall at the back of HLE's pit, but does make his way out. Gumayusi trying to get him, as they're not going to fall for that funny business. It's a double kill for Faker, and T1 a huge lead in the early game.
It would not be an LCK quarterfinal versus LCK v LCK quarterfinal, but we're going to have crazy extended fights here on the Rift Herald, and I got to say, T1, it looked risky, it looked really greedy. They were there with low health points, but when they put that ward over the wall, I think it was Faker who actually hit that blast cone to keep Morgan out. That was the turning point. You push Morgan away in that moment, he can't come in on top of everybody else. Faker teleport to the top side of that fight. At the beginning was really scary, but they ended up winning the fight at the end of the day. And so much aggression, so much all-inning from Life Esports. Chovy's not able to get the kill on Kana, who's now going to get a ton of extra gold on the top side of the map.
And here in the X replay, I think, yeah, this blast cone is really, really big. I think in general, just again, the limit testing that is being found here by T1 is incredible. Like, look at how confident Kana is playing. This is some needles, but the amount of damage that he soaks is up to the very limit. Gets healed by Guma once he goes back into the rest of his team. Barely stays alive as Chovy goes in, but in the end, it's T1 that's standing. My main issue with this fight is not how well it's played out, because I think both sides did well, but why did we stand there for 2 minutes as multiple waves were just being thrown back and forth in that bot side? Not necessary at all. However, like last game, the fight I think was played out nicely by both sides, and the end result, T1 is the one that are very, very happy by the end of it.
I think the pessimistic LCK caster take on this is not a good look for our region, but you know what? It was certainly flashy, okay?
No, it was beautiful.
Disappointed Dad Wolf makes his return to the world stage. I like it.
But yeah, I think the blast cone was the entire crux of Life Esports' plan, because you're teleporting back in as Morgan, and if you don't get that engaged, if you can't get over that wall, your whole plan crumbles in an instant. So that ward and that hit there by Faker to destroy the blast cone just makes this fight a 5v4, unfortunately. So we're going to see a bit of a support battle here on the bottom side of the map. This Drake is the next objective to contest, and right now, Faker has control of the mid wave. Owner's got the faster rotation.
Yeah, Deft actually going to have to cleanse very early on in this one just to get rid of some Winter's Bite slow. As the ult does go wide there from Carrier, was expecting him to walk into the brush, decides to take the long way around, but it doesn't really matter. They get the cleanse, they also get more plates here. And Deft is being pushed way back. And I think that that fight around the Rift Herald was a massive Hail Mary from Life Esports. They sacrificed so much because they needed to win that. And it feels like it was backbreaking, because T1 now with a lead and the composition that scales so well moving further forward. Life Esports very quickly running out of options this game.
And trading even here, like, yeah, maybe Morgan, you know, is able to pick up extra plates compared to Gumayushi, but it's who does the gold go to?
Yeah, it's sort of trading even, but not really, right? Because you're splitting the gold in a Renekton versus, I mean, Gumayushi's getting all the money.
And even if it was favorable, you're still scaling worse.
Yeah.
So, like, even trades or slightly favorable trades are still bad trades. And in of itself, it says a lot that you call a basically, like, what was it, 8-10 minute fight with a composition already their Hail Mary. Like, that's not a good place to be in as a team. And I think that this is something that we've seen Hanwha do a lot domestically, right? Like, this is one of the reasons why this team has faltered so much in summer. And we can still see in these plays, how good these players are.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough anymore, because T1's players are also very, 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 very good.
T1, I feel like as soon as they decided they were going to put Owner in the roster, they fired the Danny from their coaching staff, right? We saw this upgraded T1 that made it to the summer finals. Their macro just suddenly, very steeply exploded into world class, right? And you see these rotations from Faker. Part of the reason why they picked the Aphelios is because they know that they can lane swap, go top, and then threaten plates while also gathering for a Rift Herald. Plays like this and group ups like this are why this team is one step ahead of Hanwha Life Esports in terms of macro. And Hanwha is just not matching, right? I mean, there were so many opportunities for Morgan to use that teleport to do something else, but he decided to go for the flank, the one Hail Mary that didn't work. And I mean, these small decision-making advantages that T1 have put us at a 3K gold deficit for Hanwha Life Esports. This is something this composition can't realistically recover with.
What was the score again in the regional gauntlet? It was 2-3.
Yeah, it was definitely
But how did it start? I think it's, if I remember correctly,
Are we going to the Camille again?
It started with a 2-0 for T1, right?
I wasn't going to talk about that yet.
You were saving. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's a game saving it. We're gonna have that because I'm sitting back. I'm subdued. You know, I'm joining the T1 narrative.
It's not Atlas's first rodeo. Okay.
He's been around the block a few times.
He knows how to spin the narrative. We might have to do some real web spinning, man. We might see at least in Game 3 at this point with how things are looking right now, because this is not a game, again, that Hanwha Life Esports can realistically recover from unless they get some kind of gimme picks or make a heroic play, and it's going to have to be Chovy, I think, who looks for it, because right now he's a LeBlanc sitting under turret.
And that is what I want to talk about, like, how do you get back into this game as Hanwha Life? And it relies on T1 making, I think, pretty big mistakes, because the amount of damage that you have available now, I think, in terms of, like, base champion damage is still enough, right? I think the next 10 minutes, you're still able to find something, but you're talking about someone from T1 overstepping, getting taken down, there's a lot of pick potential, right? And then you take down one member, you move up to the objective, and then T1 eats 1 or 2 arrows too many, right? Deft is approaching, hopefully, his second item already has the Serpent's Fang, which has a lot of value against the T1 comp. And then once you've gotten that done, maybe you can snowball that into a Baron, and from that you can turn the gold lead and keep the tempo high. But it doesn't look like T1 is going to let them do that.
I mean, they also have a Braum.
Yeah.
So I don't know how, like,
well, yeah, I'm not saying
very difficult to get these arrows
it's a good plan, Atlas.
Yeah.
I just want to provide, we need a plan.
It was a desperate attempt. It was a desperate attempt, and I appreciate you taking it.
I mean, the other thing is, like, right now is Chovy, watch him try to find any damage, and it's just not realistic.
Well, the rest of the team coming on over. Shirley's down very, very low as it's the flash on forward to get things started, but Willa just throws his life away in the end. Canna, yep, pretty immune right now as Vista looking to try and get his way out. Oh, not quite able to land the passive just there as the piercing arrow does a lot of work. Canna eventually, with the help of a few dots, is able to take down the Nautilus. As over the wall goes Chovy and into the death chamber with him as Morgan as well trying to walk his way out. T1 extraordinarily far ahead right now, 5-0 in the kills. Shirley steps up and they're looking to break down this turret as Canada's standing in, getting a bit of his thumbs up out there. And this could just be 2 turrets right here.
That right there is why T1 left the LeBlanc open. They knew it had to be picked up. You can't let that champion go to fake it. Chovy picks it up. And then you have a composition that doesn't let the champion play the game. I mean, every time Chovy goes for something, he gets blown up.
Everybody's grouped up. You've got a Braum. There's a lot of CC here on T1's side, and you're trying to poke a Poppy. I mean, that was the target they chose. The Crescent Guard wasn't on the target you want. You have to be able to hit those squishy back targets. We see a flash is burned here. Once again, Poppy's going to escape LeBlanc, but if you can't put the threat onto Gumayusi, then what are you doing, unfortunately, as Chovy in these fights? Like, look at where he is when the Crescent Guard comes through, and it's Owner who's isolated. The toughest target in T1's roster to kill, and instantly Carrier presses ult, and you're done. You're in a choke point against Gwen. What are you going to do?
And this is such a key Hanwha Live thing. Well, I think that engage from Willa, when the rest of the team is ready, that can win you a fight. I actually think it's a nice attempt to try and split up. But the rest of his team isn't there. You can't go in like that when you have a team that isn't available to actually follow up on that very aggressive engage. The rest of your team actually is short range in the case of Chovy and Morgan, or in the case of Deft needs to actually be in position. Instead, you force them to opt into a fight that they don't want to take, and you dig yourself deeper and deeper into the hole.
Oop, Canna decides that he doesn't actually want to be in the river at that point in time, and I don't blame him. It's Chovy and Deft over to the side. Owner takes a bit of damage, but he's already very tanky right now on this Poppy.
He can't all-in Faker, his Faker's ult's up. You can't all-in Gumayusi because Keria is with him non-stop. You need everybody to go in all at once.
They're still trying to find something, though, as Canna dives on forward. It is going to be T1 locking down the Drake, but can they win the fight? And I think that the answer to that is yes, as Chovy able to get back over the wall as the Poppy, very, very low, but is going to survive. We have a Mountain Soul this game, but we also just have an extraordinarily powerful T1, so I don't think Souls are going to be a conversation that we'll need to have.
The engage here for Hanwha Life Esports, I mean, the coordination is so hard to pull off, but again, as you mentioned, Chronicler, Chovy's on the left side of the fight, and there's a Poppy between him and the team that the rest of his squad is trying to get on top of. You've got Keria in a perfect spot. You've got Faker with his ult at the ready, so how do you crack this? How do you break through? And the answer is, so far, they have not been able to at all whatsoever. Owner's taken away so much of Willer's jungle that he's starting to have a pretty huge experience lead. Is a level up here, 40 CS up, and they're going to try to take some more.
Yeah, you can see Faker clawing his way over.
And these moments where you let the LeBlanc through and prove why you're not afraid of it means the rest of a best of 5 like this is so terrifying, because suddenly you're like, well, do I even want to prioritize LeBlanc for Chovy going into game 3 or 4 or 5 if you were able to bring it back? I mean, this is just a complete outclassing right now.
And I stand by the fact that Hanwha Life making it to quarters in the first place was a big accomplishment for a team that has had an incredibly rough summer, that has been unable to match a lot of the other talent that we've seen within the LCK. And they leveled up throughout the tournament. But unfortunately for them, T1 are also not the same team that they were coming into the regional gauntlet. I think you said it at the beginning, Atlas. How much have they improved thus far? I feel like we're getting a pretty clear answer.
Yeah, no, I think this is definitely more than what we've seen from T1 so far. They have risen to this occasion, whereas it feels like Hanwha have regressed to a lot of what their former mistakes were, I think, in draft and out in this series. But having a slow start to a best of 5 is something that they've also done. It's just clutching at straws a little bit to talk about it right now.
Remember some of the implications of T1 smashing this series, what it means for the rest of our quarterfinals as well, because T1 topped EDG, and Hanwha Life Esports made it very close against RNG, so it means a lot for T1 to crush this hard in their chances of maybe being able to contest Dom1 Kia.
Yeah, I think that's a really huge point, because I think part of the reason why I was going a little bit harder on the Hanwha Life have a chance here narrative is because if T1 wins, they need to get credit for it. It can't just be, oh yeah, well, they took down the 8th place team in their region, because that's not what this represents, right? This represents T1 tidying up their gameplay so much more, as this was a 5-game series. Is now Canna looking to try and get more done. Gumayusi, a massive ulti in the backline. The Varus just dies. I didn't even see what he got hit by. It just gets completely obliterated.
Baby coming through.
It was just needled. He was just needled, as Canna is just so extraordinarily strong right now. Willa trying to get away, but he's not going to be able to. Gets the thumbs up, and Canna is indeed unstoppable.
And this is giving me flashbacks to what we saw, as he might still get popped here.
Well, we'll see how immune he's going to be. We're going to try and cut down the Crocodile. It's going to be difficult, but does still have his circle available. Yeah, exactly. T1, they can just go over and grab it. And yes, congratulations, Hanwha Life Esports. You do have yourselves a Baron. But Faker is going to come through and try and do a 1v2. Ults himself. Gets a bit of extra damage down there, but Faker should still die, but no. Able to walk his way out, and yep, that's the last tick, calculated by the man in the mid lane.
Calculated. Greatest player of all time.
Yep, that's 100%. He knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
He could have also just not teleported, but I think the idea is, okay, well, there might be more players coming.
Let it go, Wolf. Let it go. little bit of
people
over.
understand that was a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
Yes.
Yes.
Little bit of over-eagerness there coming through from T1 in the end, but it's understandable considering the game state. And this is a performance that even I'm not 100% sure that was a game in the I don't know if it was the one game they won or it was a game that they lost, but still, even in the summer finals against Kia, Kana looked insane on this Gwent pick, and it's one of his go-to picks if everything else is banned. Here again, look at the confidence that this player has. This is effectively a 3v4, or a 2v4, or a 1v4 even, depending on how close you consider the rest of the team.
Yeah, like,
and then
just needle, and he does. And he was barely on the screen.
He was given so much gold early, and I mean, he's in such a lead right now that you could easily make these types of plays against a very squishy Varus, who has no protection with the support that they've chosen for him, right? He's playing with a Nautilus. There's no way out of this one, I'm afraid, and Morgan wasn't even there to peel.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why Varus hasn't been picked so far this tournament, as Deft has had next to no impact on this one whatsoever. T1 continuing to push their advantage forward, though, as the Claw is threatened there by Faker, but instead they're just going to take this turret. All just standing in the mist alongside Kana, as Ona just playing defense, and he can certainly do that. Still has the ulti. He can just helicopter them away if he wants to. Airlift, as we like to call it.
I mean, this one's all over but the crying, I think, in the second game. And if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, the tears might already be flowing a little bit. And we talked about the implications for what this means in terms of, you know, how the finals could look if we do see RNG or EDG tear through the top side of the bracket, one of the big favorites there. But, I mean, talking about in the microcosm of this best of 5, like I was mentioning earlier, you get the first pick high priority LeBlanc, which is one of the strongest mid lanes right now across all regions, and you get dunked on this hard. How do you pick up the pieces going into the game 3s, and then if you win it 4s and 5s in terms of drafting and strategy here, because T1 are just one step ahead.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. They're going to fight for this blue buff. It is going to be secured there by Chovy, so at least there's that. And now Ona actually in a bit of trouble. He's going to flash his way out. Faker there to follow up, though, as he dives on forward with that Ring of Frost. Still has the ultimate. Also has a Zhonya's as well, as Faker actually going to fall here. He'd already used that Frozen Tomb, so unfortunately no option to have that one. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. Still trading evenly here on Hanwha Life Esports side. We were saying that, you know, that's bad. When you're behind, generally it's good, but I don't know. With the draft, it's so difficult here for Hanwha.
With how gimme of a fight that was for T1, the fact that this is this close is a bad sign. I mean, T1 were way out of position, and they still end up trading it back.
It's free.
Diving forward.
Keeps going. It's free ultimates invested as well, right? Like what we saw there was Hanwha Life throwing free ultimates into Ona, who's still yodeling around the rift. Like he's feeling fine. He's not taken down at all. Again, there's kind of tight gameplay that we saw from T1 earlier on. They're letting the range, you know, they're letting loose a little bit because they can, and I don't think they should, but they're able to. They have a lead this big, they have a skating advantage, they're in an incredible spot in this game. Can just chill until that Mountain Drake comes up and then just go for that. Because, as Wolf pointed out, like that fight should never have been that close. That was not a good fight for T1 to take. But when you're this rich, you can actually get away with it. And it's something that I think is going to be really hard to do anything in this game about for Hanwha Life. That's when we cast our eyes forward, right, to a possible third game. And then do you say Hanwha Life just draft scaling? I don't think that works against T1 with how they're playing right now.
No, I think taking away the Aphelios is a good start here. Gumayushi has been so extraordinarily comfortable. T1 have looked so clean playing around him on the bottom side, and Deft has honestly looked invisible this whole series.
Yeah, and that's not what we've seen from him in Worlds, and that's what we saw from him in the Gauntlet and even the very end of regular season for Summer, and it's disappointing to see, but it's also part of T1's whole game plan to put the Aphelios on the top side of the map early, try to get extra plate gold on him, and use that Rift Herald timing there. So I think just putting a wrench into the gears of T1 you know, at the drafting stage like that is one good way to start. But, I mean, we're looking at 2 minutes until a Mountain Soul versus a Varus that isn't fed. Like, it doesn't get much worse than this. I mean, I don't see a world where Hanwha Life Esports is going to suddenly bring this around unless T1 starts donating picks.
Yeah, now T1 going for a reset in anticipation of this Baron. It's back to business as usual here for this team. And just to look back in history just a little bit, I find it kind of poignant that this
LeBlanc is left open and T1 punish it because Deft was on the team that famously punished Faker for the very first time on his LeBlanc internationally back in 2015.
And it also is something of a showcase of how League has changed over the years. Because I think if Chovy was a player in 2014, 2015, individual carry performances were, I think, much more common. It was much more possible within the state of the game, but team play has become so much more important.
Well, looking for a bit of a fight here. Depth charge comes down from Vista. He's still very healthy as well. It comes through with the ulti. Okay, ult down now for Ona, so no one going to be disengaged just yet, but they've barely gotten through the health bars as Morgan comes around for a big flank. But the rest of his team are like, well, we're not really sure about this anymore.
Yeah, we can't rescue you, and Morgan has no teleport here, so he's going to have to just kind of hover around and wait for the sandwich to come through. But there's so much vision here for T1 that Hanwha Esports had to push through.
And it's going to rush it down. Morgan can dive on over the side. Steadfast presence is going to be there, and the Poppy locks down the Baron. Now can they win the fight, though, as they immediately just run over Chovy. And with Chovy dead, there is nothing left. It's a triple kill for Gumayushi, and Dep finds himself alone. I think this is the end for Hanwha Life Esports in game number 2. As Deft not going to be able to cleanse again, and that's going to be the ace given over. T1 storm down the mid lane in an extraordinarily dominant first 2 games. They'll bring themselves to match point.
They've neutered Deft in the early game. They prevented Chovy from getting a lead back-to-back game after game here. Chovy's not able to carry. He's not able to pop off. Morgan not getting ahead. And these early game, extremely tempo-based compositions that we're seeing Hanwha Life Esports try to run into an extremely macro-aware T1, a T1 that's playing the early game around Herald control well, a T1 that's controlling vision well, is not where you want to be as Hanwha Life Esports. Maybe just draft all scaling. Put yourself in a position where you could play something like a Camille, where you've seen Morgan in the side lane find success there. Put Chovy on the Azir if you can get that champion available. Put him on the Victor and play not the Varus, but something like a Jinx Thresh. That was open. That's something we couldn't see from Hanwha Life Esports here, but they're running into a brick wall so hard, and I don't want to see them do it in game 3.
Yeah, and you're talking about, you know, the brick wall, but I want to just talk about how good T1 have looked, because it looks like we missed the part of the show where they were leveling up to Super Saiyan 2. And thankfully, now we'll get a closer look at that game as we throw it over to the desk. And after T1's impressive group stage win versus EDG, we do have the sounds of the game presented by Bose.
우리 미드 지나가야 돼 이대로.
이렇게 빠졌고. 나 피 좀 많이 갈렸다.
아, 지금 가는 중. 좀 멀다. 미포공 조심, 유미공이랑.
조식에 있어 나.
한 빠르 잘 빠르다.
두개 뺐고.
텔 있어.
캐넨 텔이니까.
나 미드 한번 탈게. 막자 이거.
이거 나 쉬어야 될 듯.
제이스 볼게.
제이스.
나이스. 잡았다 이거. 천천히. 나야 돼. 탈로.
나이스.
유미. 나이스. 미드 전령. 야, 나 가도 되지. 나 할 거 없다. 할 거 없어. 오케이. 제이스.
얘 뭐고 이거?
야, 아래. 미포 노플 아래. 아래 봐줘.
나이스
잡았거든. 미포 노플.
천천히.
있어. 미드. 오케이. 천천히. 피 관리하면 돼. 미드 갑시다. 미포 노플.
왼쪽 거.
야, 미포 공도 없어.
하지 말고. 좋아.
오케이.
이거 끝날만 하다. 우리 안 들어가도 돼. 들어가는 거 맞아.
미포 노공이야. 노돌펑.
오케이. 투표한테 곡하가 나 미소 가능?
밀기만. 아, 밀었다 이거.
야, 시간. 점사.
다 죽여.
나이스. 잡아야 되겠다.
야, 유미 잡아. 나이스.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way. Look.
coming, baby. You look mighty fine, I figured I might come your way and roll up on you with that golden ticket. Shawty, can I get your digits? Maybe we can kick it. Hey, 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 hey. Just wait till all my time is up. Just wait till all my, just wait till all my.
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? Win or die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We're in the battle between LCK teams. It's T1 who seems to have Hanwha's number. Now 2-0 in the series score. Raz.
Battle?
Ooh.
It's a slaughter dash. T1's not leaving any survivors.
No, not in the slightest, man. And this one, in a number of ways, felt more dominant than the first. And Lyric, I say that even from a champion select perspective. Like this time around, it felt like I didn't even know where the win would come from for Hanwha if it were to materialize.
Yeah, we saw in draft, Hanwha went for this like super snowbally, super early game focused composition. And I love how T1 answered it because it felt like T1's draft really just neutralized what Hanwha wants to do. You have LeBlanc in the mid lane. Yeah. You have Poppy and Braum up against champions like the Renekton on the opposite side, like the LeBlanc. Like, I just don't know what these champions are jumping into other than certain death.
Yep. I mean, like, that's the problem. I thought that was going to be difficult for her and the Xin Zhao to really get anything going, right? Not just from the Poppy's perspective, but the Lissandra is going to make it really difficult. So that was one thing, and of course, like if they ever needed a late game incentive, they didn't need it this game, but like you have an Aphelios, Braum, so like it was a tough one for them to fight into.
They had the insurance policy for sure with the Aphelios, with the Gwen up in the top lane, and a couple phenomenal tanks to frontline for them, and so yeah, never really in a place of concern for T1, and in fact, I feel like the game ended almost as quickly as it started. I mean, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Gumiyushi made every second count early on in the game, autoing the blast cone to keep Morgan out of the fight for crucial seconds here around the first Rift Herald, helping T1 secure an advantage despite HLE being the one to pick up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it felt like if there was going to be a time where HLE can fight, it was going to be right here. But you can see Willer getting chunked out pretty low. They weren't able to combo with Morgan's timing going in. But this is when your composition's strong. You have Renekton, you have LeBlanc, you're going the lethality Varus. This is exactly when Han would want to step up, but Willer getting chunked out, and then you saw the Morgan thing was so disappointing. Finally slices and dices in, literally realizes I can do nothing, gets exhausted, has to flash out.
It's so brutal. It's so brutal. But again, like that is all that T1 needed, and that's all that a team like this needs in these high pressure scenarios and in these big events, Raz, to be able to pilot to a victory. 2 kills, an early Rift Herald, gives them the gold lead they need to just intelligently close out the game.
And that's the most depressing part about this, right? It's the double whammy of your draft is set to do this one thing. It is around these early game skirmishes, and you're failing at that. And so you really don't have another way to play this game out. So you just basically dry out. So the execution's poor, the draft's very limited, and it's here we are right now.
All right, Raz. Okay. I get it. It's a dire situation right now for HLE, but they're not quite out of it yet. As we know, reverse sweeps are possible, and that's what they're going to need to find if they want to take this series. But I want to take a look at our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup between Chovy and Faker. It's how we kicked off this series. 2 of the most integral members to their teams, but in different ways. And as you can see in this series so far, it's Faker who's outperforming.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen the route Faker's taken, right? You go game 1, Orianna into Zoe, this game, Lissandra and LeBlanc, and he's not necessarily coming in to dominate Chovy. He's picking champions that play for the team. And I feel like at this point as Chovy, this is maybe where I say, hey, this early game stuff is not working. Like, let's get on something like an Azir ourselves. Let's go to the late game and let's put all of our faith that Chovy can carry us if we can neutralize an early game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Now I think it's justified to change your draft focus from early game to late game. Because if you feel like you are just that outmatched, and cannot skirmish like they haven't been able to in the Dragon fight in the first run, or at least like it was a mid lane fight. It was a Dragon focus into a mid lane fight. And then the second one being the Rift Herald fight, then you just have to try, get the Aphelios or a draft that actually can match late. And just try and stall. I think that's another way, because Willer and Morgan are not playing well right. Yeah. Willer especially.
Yeah.
You can't have these performances where you're just diving into 4 members when your 2 carries are 20 miles that way.
Yeah. I like to call it, and I think I agree. The answer's got to be found in one of the extremes. Either you go way the direction of solo lane domination, you know, or lane domination and try and snowball the victory, but go even harder in indexing into Chovy. Or, you know what? You haven't tried matching them in a late game scaling composition. Look for those team fights and see if you can wiggle your way into a victory. Now, be sure to check out the new Spotify exclusive podcast, Rift Reaction, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand. They cover all of the news of the world of LOL Esports. Plus, fans have the chance to join the conversation with interactive polls and Q&A. What do you think of the world's performance in groups? Head to Rift Reaction on Spotify and select the latest episode to vote. Travis and Emily will discuss this and much more in the next episode of Rift Reaction, which releases next Wednesday on Spotify. Here at Worlds 2021, though, we'll be right back for Game 3 between T1 and HLE. Don't miss it.
Again, I would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are dropping in very hot to the draft. Just to let you know what was banned away, we do have the Jace, Yumi, and the Graves. The Lee Sin, the Twist of Fate, and the Jarvan were taken off the board. It was another first pick LeBlanc walking straight into that one once again, as we do have Aphelios Lysandra as exactly the same answers, and Will is going to change things up with a Viking into the jungle.
Are you sure it's not a bug and this isn't the exact same draft from last game, or did I put the wrong thing up here? Because this looks very familiar.
Well, they're hovering an Olaf, so I think that's a change.
That's a different one so far, but I gotta say it's a little bit worrying that this draft is going to look almost exactly the same, because this was, as was pointed out by the desk, the worst of the two games for Hanwha Life Esports. They pick blue side again, and they're rolling it back. At least the Olaf is different, but is it better? Because I'm thinking no at the moment.
No, you can't be steadfast presence, dude.
Yes, I actually think Olaf is better. I think Olaf has an early window against Poppy. I think true damage helps a lot in cutting through her resistances, especially when she's low. I do not like the Varus. Not the biggest fan of that. And I was kind of worried that we were going to see Chovy run into the same situation where he does not get to play the video game. Fortunately for him, instead they are going to pivot away, not wanting to play the Poppy into the Olaf, so that pick actually doing its job and picking up the Talon instead. The amount of backline dive already available for T1 right now would terrify me from Hanwha Life. Hanwha Life also clearly not kind of buying into the whole scaling thing. Like, no, we're not doing that early game.
I wonder if we'll just see another ban on Kana's top side of the map here in terms of the Kennen. We've been seeing so much from him, and that would make a lot of sense. They took the Gwen away this time, so that's not going to be an option here. And there still is counterpick potential here for Morgan if he waits.
I think Kennen also fits into this T1 roster like so incredibly well right now.
Yeah,
so
you've got to ban that, right? I mean, there's no question here. I think they're not hovering or waiting this. They're trying to use this time to discuss options as to what Morgan wants to play, because I think this is a cannon ban no matter what, 100%. And there it is. But for Hanwha Esports, I mean, this comp can break through the front line a little bit better. You still have the same poke strengths that we mentioned before, but Thresh here going to make it very easy to disengage. A lot more safety here with this. And last time, you know, this composition ran into T1 having a lot better fights around the Rift Herald. That was the big thing that set things off on the wrong foot for Hanwha Esports. If they can get the edge there this time around, things could change. They're going to get the Braum themselves, it looks like, here.
Yep, and that's okay though, right? Like T1, they knew that they were giving over Braum. Braum was fantastic in the last game, but I think Carrier has looked the best in his entire career on the Thresh and played so beautifully in game number 1, navigating the map and making sure that everyone was in the right position. So Hanwha, they're going to lock in probably Renekton right here, and we'll just have to see whether or not that first Herald fight is actually going to go their way.
I understand Hanwha's plight, because while I think that it might seem foolish, yeah, of course, they're an accent. Like, it might seem foolish.
That wasn't a prediction. That was just what was going to happen.
We all knew.
Yeah.
It might seem foolish to try exactly the same thing again, but I kind of respect Hanwha's call to identify, like, we are not winning mid to late game against T1. Like, we can draft scaling. It's not going to matter. And we've already seen what can happen if a Fiora gets a lead early on. Birdo was on the receiving end of Ole's Fiora, and it was the biggest gap that we've seen in the entirety
but this is an LCK versus LCK, so it is R5 Gnar. That's how it's supposed to work.
I like this Gnar actually a lot better. I know it's not as fun as what you guys were maybe hoping for in that Fiora pick here, but it does give you a lot of late game engage potential, and it can slow down the game. If Hanwha Esports get a lead early, you know, this is one of those things you can kind of shore up your late game team fights with if it's not the one-sided game we saw in game 2. Another pick that I would have liked here would have been the Gangplank as well. I think it could have been very strong here into the Renekton. You play it slow, you have a lot of global presence, and then later on you have extra scaling with the Aphelios. They go with the Gnar here, and it is a matchup where if you have a different champion than an Olaf with CC or like in Italy, you could blow up the Gnar and collapse there, but I don't think it's going to happen in this game.
You're still playing LeBlanc and 2 melee junglers into Aphelios, Thresh, and Lissandra.
Yeah. I also just like, if you look at the Gnar from a teamfight perspective as well, it does make Chovy's life even worse, right? Like, if you are Mega Gnar, then like Chovy dives in, try and get some distort poke, and then you just get smacked into a wall, walloped, ulted by a Faker, like, everyone chain CCs you and then you're wiped off the Rift. And then if Chovy's wiped off the Rift, do Hanwha have any other answers? I mean, is this Varus actually going to do something this game? That's what we need to see. We need to see Deft actually wake up and do something in this series.
It would be such a tragedy if Hanwha Esports go out 0-3, but by basically playing 2 different versions of the same composition here in games 2 and 3. Again, I think a lot of that last game really turned when that Blast Cone was destroyed. Morgan didn't get to team fight, and they got totally destroyed on the Rift Herald, and T1 got a ton of vision control. So much extra gold pumped into this Gwen early on, who ended up going 5-1, I believe it was, at the end of the game. That's not going to happen probably this time around. So will be a very different game. The question is, can Hanwha Esports get an early advantage?
Well, they are going to try, and this would definitely be an early advantage. We are sub 1 minute, and already we've got Hanwha going on a bit of an excursion into the enemy jungle. It's a bit lonely in there, though, as T1 just going to allow them to get a cheeky little ward on the Krug camp here and make their way back out again.
And think back to Chovy and Deft last year, right, on DRX, where they were also able to make quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And then we all knew what happened. They drew dumb on Kia.
Yeah, I don't like remembering
that
series.
But I think we need to, because I think that DRX as a whole was a team that did a lot better than expected as well, similar to what we've seen from Hanwha. And
there are 3 players from that team in this series, and one of them is very, very happy. And
one of them is feeling great. He's up 2-0 in quarters, about to reach the semi-finals if they can find a win here. In Carrier, of course.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, although I think you're allowed to get a bit ahead of yourself based on just how incredibly dominant T1 were. Like, I was thinking that this is the time where I should be talking about, well, Hanwha have come, but like, no. T1 are just showing that they are so much better. And we're going to need an absolutely incredible change of form here from Hanwha Esports if they're going to stand any sort of chance.
I think it's important to draw those parallels, though, and I think it is important to remember the history of players like Deft and Chovy who have been so close for so long, but have never really been able to cross the finish line because in Korea, historically speaking, there have been 1 or 2 extremely dominant teams, and that was not Hanwha Life Esports, and it was DRX actually last year as the number 2, but they hit number 1 in the quarterfinals. So it has been a really unfortunate luck of the draw for these 2-star players in Chovy and Deft.
Well, Faker and Chovy just trading a little bit here as Will is going to take down some Raptors as Carrier almost gets stunned, but is going to be all right towards the end. And Deft should have more avenues to get work done in this game. The door is very annoying. So at least Varus is going to be a little bit more of a champion as Chovy misses the chains. Great Circle of Frost there from Faker just to make sure that Chovy's life is as difficult as possible.
We'll see if Hanwha Life Esports decide to, because they have Prio in bottom lane. Remember, we talked about what Vista could do on the Nautilus to threaten Faker. We saw some roams up there. But with this composition, what you can do with the Olaf is also try to threaten an early Drake with some of that Prio, because Olaf can clear it pretty quickly. I'd love to see something like that to try to get that objective on the board early.
What's also interesting is that due to the fact where that ward initially was placed, they don't actually have intel where Owner is definitively, I don't think. I also see the advantage that Olaf has, where he's able to clear a lot faster, able to actually full clear his entire jungle, as opposed to Willa being a full camp behind. And this is exactly what I'd love to see, honestly. But the problem is the wave isn't there, right? Like Gumayushi and Carry have been doing a great job. This is the type of avenue that you're looking towards. Whaler diving there, maybe Chovy teleports in. Like, that's what you need to do as Hanwha if you want to stand a chance in this game.
Yeah, this is the first time Will has had any sort of tempo advantage. And it's taken picking the Olaf, the most quintessential speed clear jungler that we still have remaining. So thankfully, he's able to utilize that in order to get himself, a little bit further ahead as far as the jungle clear and things like that, already back out onto the map. But Ona doing a very good job, to be perfectly honest, as Morgan diving on in. Kanna gets the Mega Gnar at exactly the right time.
Got to be careful about going in on those Mega Gnars, especially as a player, Morgan, who has fallen behind in lane quite a bit in this tournament, as Chovy is going to continue to be very annoying. But we are reaching that timing window, right, where you're going to see a play from Willer with a clear advantage. Uh-oh.
That's a point-blank hook. Deft actually taking the majority of the damage, though, as Gumayushi taking his opportunity. And Carrier, damn, he just knows what to do to make sure the lane's in the right spot. And I normally would think that things like Lethality Varus are pretty good when it comes to holding on to a lane. But yeah, this Thresh Aphelios is looking like they're early game spiking, mid game spiking, late game damage carries.
Yes, and this has, in my opinion, been a recurring theme for the LCK. I think they have prioritized the Aphelios the highest. We have seen the Aphelios Lulu also coming out from a team like Damwon.
Those chains hit. This is a totally different scenario.
Yeah. Rake comes through there from Ona, as well as going to say thank you. Now I attack a little bit faster and can get through my jungle more effectively.
T1 are just one step ahead. They know there's a timing where the Drake could be contested, and, they're just collapsing in here. Faker's back timing was so perfect, teleports back to lane here. And now you can't make that Olaf Drake play anymore with the Prio that you would have had, which they didn't even really have because the bot exchange went so poorly for Deft and Vista just moments ago. And once again, Hanwha Life Esports struggling in the early game. Level 6 for Chovy.
Yep. And this is exactly the type of place that I need to see Hanwha go in on, right? And that is what they need to do. Like, you can't just sit back, look at a situation like that and say, it's a bit risky. Yeah, it is, but not doing anything is going to become a way worse problem for you. You've seen what it leads to later on. And first, the dive opportunity on bot side, it wasn't great, but if you set it up a little bit better and actually commit to that, might get an opening there.
Speaking of which,
this play, you're not getting anything out of the power of your Olaf early on. And Bromus was there as well.
Well, he's walking down towards the bottom side. Something's happening because he's in the lane. He's just doing his best Vista impression. So I guess, both of them for Eliordian does make some sense.
He's going to look for that early Drake. I mean, it wasn't the exact fastest you could have hoped for, but it still will be done before this Rift Herald. Carrier was out of lane. And you could see Faker right now, and Chovy can rotate back in, so there's no real contest opportunity here. This is one of the powers of early game Varus in a matchup like the Aphelios or like the Ezreal, who was picked in so much in the LCK, is you could just shove this out and guarantee the Olaf gets the first Drake. Now you have a slight advantage, a little bit of extra resistances here going into that upcoming fight. Plus, you can, if later on the game is fairly even, you can force those earlier Drake contest fights for Soul Point and the Soul itself.
I really like the fake out there from Carrier to get a little bit more assumed space for Gumayusi. You throw that lantern behind you, and it has to be respected if Owner's position wasn't known, and it wasn't at that point in time. So really cute little play to make sure that Guma could still get as much of the farm as he wanted, and as you can see, is very, very even on that bottom side as Faker, once again, circling a Frost in order to make sure that he stays absolutely fine, and he's going to continue to do so, starting to win out on a lot of these trades against Chovy. Oh, okay, I take it all back.
We saw this exact same scenario last game and in game 1, where Chovy's just constantly looking for the big harasses about 30 seconds before Rift Herald. Let's see how this Rift Herald fight goes compared to the last 2.
Yep. How many coins we got left? What side do we get?
I don't think it's a flip. It's like a dice roll, but when it's like 1 to 5 T1 win, and only the lucky 6 actually gets Hanwha out. And this to me is one of the big differences between Hanwha and a lot of the other teams, even teams that we perceive as a little bit weaker, like Gen G, which is what do you actually do with the advantages that you gain? And Hanwha Life just seemingly not in a position to use the advantage that Chovy generates, right? I think if this is... keep Morgan, you...
Yeah, it's almost a fight happening,
Thank
but
you.
I don't think you need to throw it to me for that one.
I was
just
scared.
Morgan taking a lot of free damage and then being gnarred into a turret and things like that.
Free Herald here.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time that Hanwha have got themselves a Rift Herald, so no fight.
But look at how...
Where T1 really likes it, and instead, they're just going to take a couple of plates on the bottom side as, Willa almost ignores the eye because he's not used to picking it up.
This is
not a thing that he's had to worry about.
This is how you lose a Herald. You get plates on the bottom side, you have the Crescendum for the Aphelios. This is how you want to play this situation as T1.
We might have thought that it was Hanwha Life who was the actual opponent here, but it's T1 and versus Rift Herald, and they finally realized that we don't need Rift Herald. We can just shove with Aphelios when he has Crescendum, and you've already won the trade.
Yeah, no, if you get more than 2 plates, you're fine.
Faker.
As Faker almost solo killed by Chovy. Chovy wishing that he had have taken Ignite, as he has done so, but Hanwha immediately moving into the enemy jungle. So I do like this from Hanwha Life, showing that they are able to actually pivot around some form of advantage that they've been able to pick up, but doesn't quite work out there, as that was very cute. The rake going a very, very long way.
Look at all the deep vision that they also gained with this play, because they brought Owner bottom side. If Deft and Vista overstepped or made even one mistake during that top side play from Willer, they end up getting a kill as well, because at this stage of the game, Talon is so incredibly powerful versus something like a... nice little hook here. Something like a Varus. And then now Vista has to clear all this deep vision. He's being tracked through the jungle. And while he's doing so, Gumayusi gets free extra plates here in the bottom side of the map. And, I mean, you're not really gaining anything else otherwise on the map right now as Hanwha Life. So, yes, you got a Rift Herald for the first time here, but T1 still with a 900 gold lead at this stage. I don't think the Rift Herald is necessarily going to shore that up.
No, it won't at all. But I love that T1 are now doing it, playing around something that isn't a Rift Herald, because you don't have to get the Rift Herald in order to win the game. So this is absolutely perfect. T1 have shown that they've fixed almost everything that we've asked them to fix.
That was the one glaring issue, right? That was the one.
Yeah,
that was
by
the one
everything they needed to fix, we mean the one thing that they needed to fix was the predictable Rift Herald fights.
We won't give away the answer to Dom1 Kia yet until after they win the finals. Teleport going to come through here. Chovy going to look to harass, but this is the best of the 3 so far here for Hanwha Life Esports.
Well, the hook's going to come down. Vista still can get stunned up from this Gravitum as well, but Gumayusi taking a fair bit of damage there. Not going to see what happens at the end, though, as Will is going to make his way into the river, gets double raked, and gets a thumbs up for it. Very, very nice, as that's a Gravitum stun that's going to land. The hook is going to go completely wide, though. That was an odd maneuver. Carrier gets stunned up. And now Will is making his way in, but Owner in perfect position. Do you want to fight a low-health Olaf, though, is the question. And Owner's answer is absolutely. Yes, I would very much like to do that as Stand Beside Me comes on in. And Owner's going to get exhausted. That's the flash forward. Owner thought he'd done the calculation, but it doesn't quite work. Everyone's health bar is extraordinarily low, though, and T1 are closing in on this bottom side of the map. Deft, yeah, Vista's going to have to cancel the back because he doesn't want to leave Deft alone. As the rake's going to be avoided this time. Deft is going to flash, get himself out of the way. Not a lot of summoner spells left remaining, and first blood goes to Gumayusi as Piercing Arrow comes in, but there's a lantern, and so Carrier's going to get him to safety.
And there's nothing to be done, right? It's the exact same scenario. T1 is the one with a draft that, yeah, they can make proactive plays. They don't necessarily need to, but they get the shove, they put down the ward, immediate teleport comes through from Kana, who has already set up with a big Narbar, and now Faker teleports, catches the top side wave, makes sure that Morgan doesn't actually get the push going. You get the first turret blood on your Aphelios. It's just disaster for Hanwha.
If you can't get Faker's teleport here, you're not really winning out. And even if you did, you know, even if Morgan is able to get an extra plate or two here, this is an Aphelios with Crescendum who can burst down that turret. He gets all plates and first turret, so 610 extra gold going through. They get a Drake here. And, I mean, killing Faker with this rotation up here for Hanwha Life Esports is not realistic to expect. And T1 are already on the case.
Well, Rift Herald comes down. Faker taking a bit of damage here.
That Rift Herald placement.
Yeah, that's an odd. It's definitely not the optimal placement there. As Canna's looking for the solo kill onto Chovy. Chains are going to connect those. There's the hyper proc, and Canna flashes, gets the distortion. Man, that was so close to Chovy just being destroyed by the top laner that's having the game, the day of his life right now.
I mean, that Rift Herald was very, very optimistic, to say the least, team. That was not it. I mean, like, you can't look for a kill on the Faker. The rotation is fast for T1. They're just one step ahead of the macro yet again.
I'm pretty sure that it must have timed out. Otherwise, yeah, like a position like that, you're just not going to place it down. Especially because you can read that the rotation from T1 is coming through, right? They've pushed in the bot side turret. They've done lane swaps every single game so far, even when the bot lane isn't pushed down. You see Gumayushi and carry out back, so it's a completely obvious play. And yet again, I gotta give praise to Oner. The way that he also played that bot side skirmish, how he knows his limit, just going in on an Olaf like that, like sidestepping the Prom, Winter's Bite, like there's so much control and confidence. This is a rookie player. Oner is 17 years old. This is his first Worlds appearance ever. It's mind-blowing.
His first international event.
Like, and it's all of T1 doing it at the same time as well. This isn't like an outstanding performance by certain players, right? This is all of T1 stepping up. This is Carrier being, well, actually, he's been stepping up all year. So I guess he's just exactly.
This is normal,
but normal Carrier is already amazing. That's absolutely fine. Faker, world class. We already know that. He's the greatest player of all time. But when you've got the other pieces of the team working this beautifully, this is 100% finals contender T1 right here. Like, this is the first time this year that I've seen T1 be just as suffocating as they have in the past, in those glory days that we talk about. And maybe it's about being against Hanwha Life Esports, but if you're a T1 fan, you can be very happy about this as a glimpse to what could happen in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention how close it was with Hanwha Life Esports in their groups against RNG, one of the big favorites, as Willer will track Oner here. We'll just get out here with the ultimate.
It's not even ships in the night. Like, Willer knew he was there. He's just like, well, no, I'm not going to be able to fight you. And Oner's like, I can't fight you either. And then they just walk away.
It's been, 2 years since T1 have tried to put a 4th star on the jersey, right? And this feels to me a lot cleaner than 2019 T1, as Faker will sidestep the chain.
Man, it looked a bit dangerous, but wasn't ultimately in the end because, of course, Faker still had the ultimate available.
I think a lot of people look at what this part of the bracket is as Gumayushi. That's an aggressive spot. That Lantern didn't reach.
Yeah, he got the ward down, but he'd already clicked. So thankfully, Gumayushi is going to be able to make his way out.
I think a lot of people look at this part of the bracket and think this is T1 winning to lose to Dom1 Kia. But I look at this series, I look at their group stage performance, and I think, I think they're in for a good one.
Yeah, I think this is a world's winning T1 performance right now. However, that is getting way ahead of ourselves because this series isn't even over yet. And Shirley is now getting taken down. T1, let's see whether they can win this battle. Gravitum comes on out. Chains of Corruption are going to be the answer, so that means Hanwha should be able to get Shirley, but the Moonlight Vigil comes down. That's stolen away, though. Oner actually diving forward. Faker using his ult to make sure no one can get out. Death's going to be the first victim. That's another one to go down as well, as unfortunately Will is not going to be able to Ragnarok that, and Chovy's still alive. Morgan is his only teammate that's also there, and unfortunately it's not for too much longer. He needs to try and get through both Canna and Faker. Okay, fight's continuing to erupt here. The flash has to come through because the return of the Rake was going to be enough to get rid of Chovy, and he's getting closed in upon. Carrier actually gets it with the edge of the hook, and now it's only Morgan left as Deft and Vista have respawn.
Feeling a little bit less bad about how premature we've been. about this series because what T1 is showing here is just utter dominance, right? Like, look at how they set up the team fight. Do you feel like, you know, there's also another quarterfinal to be played between Matt and Dom and Kia, which...
Oh no, but like if Matt beats Stamwon Kia, then that's an amazing semi.
All I'm speaking of is the zeitgeist of the internet and what expectations are, right? And because we could also see Mad Lions upset, but this is the Axe replay here. We're going to take a look at this fight where the close-in of this Aphelios with 4 roots, they're grabbing him up, and then the follow-up ultimate there from Vista is just so weak comparatively, and he's trapped on the other side trying to help Chovy out. And they just cut through. I mean, this is a team fight where it looked like maybe you've got the advantage, maybe you have positional advantage here as Hanwha Life Esports. Nope. He just presses R, and Gumiyu says it's over. Yeah, we saw that happen too.
Honestly, as disjointed as Hanwha Life has looked, I think there have been moments during group stage where they looked a bit more coherent. There have been moments where they looked a little bit more like this.
Oh man, that was actually a beautiful passage of play from Chovy, but he's just by himself. And
it's a metaphor, right, for like the current state of Hanwha Life. Right, you just see all these moves, and it's cool, but in the end, it doesn't matter. But the cohesion and the teamfight execution from T1 is... It's not on the level that we've seen from this far yet, and I think that's something that we keep going back to because we've seen this team struggle a lot in some, and this goes for basically every LCK team except, I guess, Gen G, ironically, who struggled only when playoffs actually came around. But T1, they had to change their lineup, or they have to change their lineup rather multiple times. They had coaching issues, they had to change their coaching staff very abruptly. And to then see this level of cohesion and dominance in the quarterfinal of Worlds is, I think you pointed out already, Atlas, like this is a much bigger achievement than you might think based on the 95 to 5% fan vote.
Yeah, and I think that like we might have been getting ahead of ourselves, but also we've been waiting all year long for T1 to have that return to form, to have that moment. Maybe we've been waiting for longer than that, but that can be debated.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose.
Yeah, well, exactly. But like T1 fans have been waiting for this level of dominance from T1 for so long. So that's why we may be overstating it, because it has been like finally we're breathing out after holding our breath for what feels like 3 years.
Like I said, I mean, you got 3 stars on the jersey. Maybe this is the year bring home a 4th one. Looks a lot more hopeful for me than when I watched T1 in 2019. As Chovy finds himself alone here, we'll be able to get out, but that's going to be a dead turret. And I mean, we are just, it almost feels like this game as last game is a formality, and we questioned it in the draft. The draft is almost the same. Yes, there are some small changes. I like the Braum tweak. The Olaf got them an early Drake with that prio they had bot side, but otherwise, in terms of team fights here, the Lissandra has been working as intended against Chovy. He hasn't been able to look for picks. Kana's Gnar has been great. And I mean, not for the reasons I was hoping he was going to play it, right? The reasons where, you know, later on, if Hanwha's ahead or you have an even game, it gives you a little bit more engaged. No, he's just controlling the mid game just fine, shutting down a lot of opportunities Hanwha Life have to look for picks, to look for anybody. And it's a well-oiled machine. And a T1 that had so many subs all year long. Gumiyu swapping with Teddy. Zayas, the new rookie player who could be here over Khan if his performance were maybe a little bit more consistent. You know, Cuz as well in the jungle. But this is the roster they ended up with, and this is the roster looks like they're headed to semis with.
Yeah, I'm saying that this was the right roster as well, based on today's performance. This has just been a masterclass from T1. I mean, we can be talking about Hanwha Life Esports and how they look like a shadow of what they looked in the group stage. Maybe we're getting an idea of just the power level difference between these two groups, something like that. But honestly, it feels like there has just been a collapse of Hanwha Life. And it's sad to see. I think a lot of people were expecting this to come earlier. So it's, you know, you still need to congratulate Hanwha for making it out of the group stage just in general. But I think a lot of people dared to hope for more from this team. Zona taking a bit of damage from Chovy, but not going to be too worried about it, actually. Okay, Lantern's not going to save him, but he is able to walk his way out as now Carrier doing the same thing.
It's somewhat of a cold shower ending for Hanwha, you know, kind of really hitting reality very hard, where after what has been an overperformance ever since they got to Gauntlet and people dared to dream, they made it out of Gauntlet. Way more dominant over teams like Nongshim, which I think we all expected to be here instead of Hanwha. Then making it through groups with, admittedly, I think that the group could have looked completely different, of course, with Fnatic and everything that they went through. But still, they earned their spot, right? They looked, as you pointed out, they looked great against RNG at times. But we did see some of the issues. And against a team like T1 that clearly is very on point of how they want to play, how they want to move around the map, those issues are just there's a pinpointer on them, and you can't ignore them anymore.
Yeah.
Right? It's just you can't kind of outplay this away.
Some of these things that Hanwha Life need to evolve, you can't evolve during one World Championship of a tournament. It's going to take longer than that, and it's going to take a lot more time. We'll see if this roster stays together next year or not. When Chovi's contract expiring at the end of the year, who knows? But I got to say, you know, for Willer, this is probably going to be one of the biggest learning experiences he'll ever have of his whole career. As Hanwha Life Esports don't have any vision on the Baron. They know what's being done, though. They're going to go through this choke point.
Yeah, some scary guns on Gumushi as well as the ult comes forward from Vista, trying to start this one off in their favor. It's not the steal, and it's just a dead Willer to start this one off. But at least Morgan dives on forward, takes out Faker, tries to drive by, but it's not going to work. Deft now going to be the focus. It's Gumushi. That's so many chakrams. He is terrifying on this Aphelios. Vista going to get taken down, and now Owner parkours his way into this top lane. Deft a sitting duck right now, and it's the double kill to come through from the T1 jungler, and that, I think, was the last gasp from Hanwha Life Esports, and unfortunately it was not very loud.
Certainly not. And, I mean, look, you have to fight their choke point here. The fact that they're able to trade Faker back is a testament to Morgan's patience, you know, throughout this game. He does go in there and help take Faker out, but the Red Bull power play, Baron power play, I should say.
It's already 3.4K!
Yeah. And it's going to get larger. This is going to be a Drake as well, controlled here. I mean, as Hanwha Life, look, you're walking through this choke point. The ultimate goes down onto Gumayusi, but he is not phased. And as you point out, Kronk, so many times, this team is not all together on the same pace.
The cohesiveness isn't there, and then added to that, which is the third time in a row, this comp from Hanwha, they need a lead. We have seen these comps work if they get out early, but now Carry
This is going to get hooked.
Don't miss.
Yeah, Carry is just a little bit too good on this Thresh. As Faker's going to come on through, throws down the ultimate. That is going to be Soul Point now available for T1, but I don't know whether this game has another 5 minutes in it, as this inner turret's getting sieged up. To check in on that Red Bull Baron power play, we're very close to 4K. And Faker's going to take down the inner turret in the mid lane. Same to be said for this bottom lane for the rest of T1. And we're going to head towards about that 5,000 mark. Hanwha Life, can they actually defend this is the question. I think the answer is almost a glaring no. As Canna walks on forward, he's got the Mega Gnar, slows down Deft. No flash available here though, so can't close the gap. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're just obliterating the base of Hanwha Life Esports, and Hanwha just looks like they don't have a response. Chovy trying to look for a flank, but he has to sweep out all of this vision. And T1, they've got all of the answers. Gumushi now with the Graviton, stuns up almost everyone by himself, gets the ulti out from Vista. And now Hanwha have to get back to their fountain. What can you do? I mean, there's nothing, absolutely nothing.
And this is, again, it's a big change from what T1 have done. Because look, that vision line that is there is to prevent the exact 1 in a million type scenario where you lose this game, right? Where Chovy gets the flank, blows up Gumayusi, gets the shutdown, and then a series of increasingly less likely events continue to transpire until we actually get to the Hanwha
I'm sure
win.
there is a universe in the multiverse where that has happened.
But
I think we're getting down to like single-digit universes.
I don't think this is the
possible.
one, unfortunately.
I mean, you know, sometimes the underdog wins, sometimes it's exciting, and sometimes you have the cool narrative and the really awesome storyline that everyone remembers and everybody talks about. But sometimes T1 smashes you 3-0. They return to form, and I hate to say it, but I don't think people will be talking about this series from years to come. This is one of those series where you go, there were a lot of cool things that could have happened here, but
they didn't.
They played a composition that needs to get ahead. They did not get ahead twice in a row, and T1 are just looking at the round of format. They're saying we are a semifinalist team.
Yep. Heck yeah, they are. They still need to do a few of the formalities, which is destroying the enemy nexus in, you know, your match point game of game number 3. But I think it is getting pretty close to just a formality at that stage. 10,000 gold the lead at 26 minutes in. I don't think that this will officially count as a shellacking if I was to talk to Jake Spawn Tiberi about it. However, this has been extraordinarily dominant.
It has been, yeah. And the only saving grace, honestly, is the fact that right now there is no Baron buff or the Baron up. And there's that early Drake. You know, Willer was actually able to pick that one up. That bought you a couple of extra minutes.
Are you looking for the positives? Is that what you do?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
It's like, well, he was able to get a track.
We talked about it earlier. You know, I was kind of leading into this, but if you're ahead and you get that Drake, it's so powerful. But with this composition from behind it means almost nothing, sadly. Especially because this is not a burst composition for T1, so even that extra, you know, resistance that you're going to get from that solo Mountain Drake is just puny in the face of a 3-item, soon-to-be 4-item Gumayusi.
It's almost 4 items on Aphelios, so I mean, it is kind of a burst comp, but it's also a DPS comp, you know?
Guess so.
Because like his DPS each second is a burst window of one of the Humble Life
Every auto is a burst
players.
win.
Yeah. It's like, wow, it's
And
a
there
lot
it
of
is, the
burst
rapid
windows.
fire cannon, so you can get that extra damage from further away.
Oh no, the burst window comes even earlier.
It's, I mean, as Chovy here, what do you do? I mean, this is you're trying to be the leader of this team. You're trying to carry your, yes, 50, 60 CS up on Faker, but...
At what point does the burst window stop being a window and becomes like, like a wall?
Maybe it's a burst hallway.
Yeah. Or like one of those cool glass ceilings. Maybe maybe like a...
There's no glass ceiling. This is Aphelios. It doesn't have a ceiling.
It's a very good point.
Does not exist too many years.
I mean,
well, I guess maybe it's 200. Maybe that's
Chovy's clearing minions.
I don't know.
He's got teleport, but you've got no wards to teleport onto here. You got no angles. All T1 have to do is group up as 5 and start this Baron, which will disappear faster than you could blink an eye. Once again, no vision for Life Esports. We're going to watch the same fight happen again. Maybe this time the miracle can occur. Because, I mean, you are praying for a miracle if you're a Life Esports fan. Tournament life on the line here.
I don't know, man. Even a miracle may not be enough here as Hanwha, they don't even get towards the pit. The Baron is secured. Willa now down extraordinarily low. It says he's unstoppable, but it's looking pretty stoppable right now as Gumayushi's dominating as he takes down the jungler Hanwha. Now running for the hills as quickly as possible. Decent disengage ult from Vista as Chovy dives into the backline. Gets exhausted though straight away. Morgan with the dominance gets on top of Gumayushi, but there's so much peel and he is going to be okay. Lantern thrown out for Faker as Chovy flashes himself out of the way. Morgan doing the same thing as Ona goes golden. Vista and Depth still alive for the moment. But the talent has found Avaris, and yes, the base is being absolutely destroyed. Chovy now on the wrong side, and this is going to be the ace almost as Morgan the only one left remaining. But Nexus turrets aren't going to be here, and T1, they are just looking to end this game right here and put Life Esports out of their misery. Canna was staying there for quite some time, but honestly, he probably can, as the rest of T1 are going to turn up.
This game would have already been over if Faker was actually able to finish his teleport. He was teleporting to the bot side wave, but Chovy interrupted him. It doesn't even matter though.
It's heroic, but it's not going to matter. T1 will 3-0 Life Esports. They wanted to do this in the World's Gauntlet. Thankfully, they got a second try, and damn, second time was the charm.
T1 advanced to the semifinals in the most dominant fashion, I think, an international competition of League of Legends could even imagine. And I gotta say, I think Life Esports fans are disappointed with the result. You go 0-3, but not only do you get dominated in 3 back-to-back games, but you try the same draft twice, and both times it fails hard. And Chovy, his last moments in this tournament will be interrupting Faker's teleport, trying to look for the kill on his longtime rival here in the LCK, unable to get the kill, unable to close out the series. And it's a rough losing streak here for Life Esports. Remember, they lost that last game. It could have been the first seed, might have had a different opponent. That last game that they lost, where Chovy died in mid next to the inhibitor, is, you know, what led to this matchup, which led to a 0-3, and it's a tragic loss. I hate to say it, but it really is for some of these legends. Deft, a true veteran of League of Legends.
Yeah, but I think if you're Life Esports, you can still hold your head high, right? This is a team that managed to do pretty well in the spring final, in the spring playoffs, right?
That was it.
And then completely collapsed in summer.
Yep.
And to make World's knockout stage in the summer split because you got 50 championship points and managed to use them after ending up 8th in summer, that's pretty cool. Right? I think that they can definitely hold on to that one.
There's 2 lessons here. Unfortunately, it's another year where Chovy and Deft don't make it out of quarters. And T1, they look incredible.
T1 just looking absolutely amazing. But with that game, T1 have secured their place in the semifinals and have eliminated Hanwha Life Esports from Worlds 2021. Coming up, we've got Worlds Cooldown with Dracos, and we'll check in with Shocks, standing by with the one and only Faker on the ground in Iceland a little later on.
I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome, one and all, to World's Cooldown. I'm your host, the one and only Dracos. I didn't write that. They make me sound so arrogant when they write stuff like this. Joined by Lyric and Raz. That ... was a series ... I agree, whoever wrote that. That was a series. Maybe a little generous to call it that, I would say. It was certainly... It was a slaughter. It was a murder. I asked for a stock photo of a crime scene. We decided not to run it because I thought that would be a little disrespectful to HLE because sadly, this is the end of their tournament. But of course, for T1, this was absolute dominance.
Yeah, and I think just looking at HLE and the fact that they went through Worlds and had some great performances, at least they can look back on this journey and say the journey was great. The end result, fast and furious.
I mean, to be fair, right? Even a lot of people didn't have Hanwha making it out of groups. Obviously, Fnatic had a bit of a collapse, but still made it further than a lot of people thought. T1, on the other hand, it's really hard to focus on any one laner. It feels like T1 across the board just completely shut down Hanwha Life, especially in draft. I really have loved T1's read of the meta, and like their read of Hanwha Life especially was just immaculate today.
Yeah, and if this was 10 minutes faster, just 10 minutes faster, it would have been the fastest series in World's history. We had the stats team check on that one. But of course, it's not just those stats that paint a picture of T1 dominance. Stats across the board look so incredibly good for T1. If you're just showing up, there are not really a lot of words that we can use to tell you how one-sided the series was. If you watched it, you know. You got this, Raz?
You know, Lyric came up, I agree with the draft difference. There was a bot difference. There was a top difference.
Sure.
No, Jacobs, you missed it. Raz had the best advice for Hanwha during the series. Just play better. They just needed to play better, Raz said. It's that simple.
Because the saddest thing is, even if they had changed their draft to be a lot more based on the meta or like try and go for scaling, the reality was they were failing at what their comp was trying to achieve. And if you're just doing, if you're just like, hey, we have a great level 6 skirmish comp, we're gonna be relentless around Heralds, and we ain't winning those, we got a problem.
I mean, it's brutal. 43 kills to 9, 61.8% of T1's time spent in a major lead. Hanwha Life Esports never had a major lead at any point.
That's fair.
You get a first blood.
Yeah.
You know, you can get a major lead for like 30 seconds. It's really hard to get 0.
Especially when, again, you're drafting LeBlanc, you're drafting Renekton, you're taking the Varus, you're bringing out the Olaf. So, yeah, again, it was really rough for Hanwha. I think you could tell some of their players probably had nerves. I think Willer looked much worse today than he did in the group stage, sadly. And just very limited by, I'd say, an understanding of what their team's good at, right? Sure, we're kind of hating on their drafts, but at the same time, they at least kept picking champions their players are proficient on.
Yeah. And I think the biggest thing is that we saw, and this was the best of 5 that I think a lot of people watched when you're looking at Hanwha Life coming in, was the T1 versus Hanwha best of 5, where they were obliterated on the top side of the map. Morgan had a very, very difficult best of 5. And the thing that you're always kind of looking at when it comes to Worlds, the time between Worlds, the time in the group stage, and in play-ins, in the case of Hanwha, how much better can they get? And the thing is T1 look even better than they did domestically. And while Hanwha also look better, it feels like T1 have improved even faster, just making that gap that much wider.
Very true. I also fall victim into the whole catch-up effect, looking at the teams that have so much more room to grow on and say, okay, well, they're making up the difference, when in reality, T1's just refining. they're refining what they're already great at. Keria had a monster performance today, you know, finding advantages and working with Faker. And there was like, that was that one thing that they're already really great at. And then the skirmishes and team fights, what I would have expected to be closer, were just not. So that was, for me, the takeaway.
I also feel like just T1 in general, right? They have to be viewed as them versus Damwon decides who the favorite is. Assuming Damwon beat Mad, you never know. G2, again, 2 years ago.
Thank you, sir. Make sure you put that caveat with me here.
You never know.
Give that respect.
Has to be done. But, you know, again, everyone's looking at Damwon right now as the favorites. But I feel like T1 has to be in that conversation as well.
And I think it would be absolutely massive on the side of T1 if the amount of growth that they've shown here was enough now to contest Damwon. Because Damwon feel like the big bad. Domestically in the LCK, and now also Worlds, the 6-0 team in groups, the incredibly commanding playoffs run that they had. So has the question I think we're all going to be asking as we head later and later into this bracket stage is, has there been enough growth from the side of T1 to actually finally contest this team so they're not just the raffle stomp kings of the LCK where no one really posed a major threat?
I think so. And I think that the key goes into the younger players on the lineup where not so much Gumayushi. I think Gumayushi's just been damn good regardless on the pick that he's on. But for me, it's Owner and Kana. And domestically, when I was watching throughout full spring and summer, of course, they were making a lot of changes. And it would be if Kana was behind, he would stay behind, and and a lot of the issues would just be on the consistency there. But I don't see that at all. I didn't see that near the end of summer, and I certainly don't see that in his Worlds performances. So I think that their best players are becoming Kana and Owner.
And I think this is so incredible because when we talked about tournament favorites, I don't think T1 were on that list.
No.
You're looking at EDG, you're looking at Damwon. It's kind of maybe the lone LCK favorite. It was looking like another year where we potentially see LPL domination, but with the collapse of FPX, with how incredibly good T1's group stage is looking, I feel like you can't ever call them a dark horse because they're T1, but to go from a team that was kind of, well, they're here, they're T1, they've got Faker, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, to a team that's very clearly now in the running, I think is such an incredible feat.
Yeah, and I definitely agree they weren't in anyone's top 5. It seems like there was a pretty agreed upon top 5 of like, there's Damwon, there's the top 3 LCK teams, and LPL teams, I'm sorry, and there's Mad Lions. Like, most people had one of those teams winning the tournament.
Yep.
And T1 just come out of nowhere. And again, they've just looked better and better. And they were in a group with EDG. They completely dismantled them in that second game. Hanwha, again, not too many people had high expectations for them. But the fact that Hanwha put up a fight against RNG and T1 just completely dismantled them as well is, I think, very scary. T1 are another team that came out of scrims where a lot of teams were terrified of them, going further in this tournament. And it seems like it's true.
Well, Rez, I have to cut you off there because we are ready now to hear from the man himself, the man of victory. 3-0 King. It is Faker standing by with Shocks in Iceland.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm very happy to be joined here by Faker after T1 wins their quarterfinal over Hanwha Life. Now, it was an incredibly impressive performance from the side of T1. So I have to ask, it looks like T1 has just improved day after day here at the World Championship. How do you reflect on the growth of the team so far?
네, 우선 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 정말 인상 깊고 압도적인 그런 경기력을 선보여 주셨는데요. 이번 월즈에 오신 후로 매일같이 계속 발전하는 진보적인 모습을 보여주고 계십니다. 지금 팀의 성장에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단은 저희는 항상 상대팀을 보고 배우고 있고, 그리고 또 이제 선수들이 노력도 굉장히 많이 하기 때문에 좋은 결과가 갈수록 많이 생겨나는 것 같습니다.
First off, we always focus on our opponent. We try to learn from them, and also all the individual players are doing their best to improve. So we were able to make such a great growth.
It was really impressive, and I have to say, Worlds really isn't the same if you and T1 aren't there. So I have to ask, in terms of yourself as a player, how different is the Faker of this year, of 2021? Now that you unfortunately missed last year and we get to see you, it looks like, in a top performance so far.
네, 우선 항상 월즈에 페이커 선수나 T1이 없으면 이제 원래 알던 월즈 같지 않은 그런 느낌이 있습니다. 그런 만큼 이번에 페이커 선수 함께 할 수 있어서 너무 좋은데요. 그러면 지금 경기력이 정말 최상급의 경기력이 나오고 있는 것 같은데 지난번 월즈 참여했을 때랑 비교했을 때 어떤가요?
일단 올해 같은 경우에는 선수들도 굉장히 패기가 있고, 그리고 경기 플레이 스타일 자체도 많이 바뀌었기 때문에 이전 경기들과 좀 이전 월즈들과 다르게 조금 더 재밌는 경기를 보실 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있고, 그리고 저희도 이제 저 개인적으로도 이제 좀 올해는 정말 열심히 노력해서 우승해야겠다라고 각오를 했기 때문에 더 열심히 하고 있습니다.
So first off, I think we are having a lot of more young spirit in my team, and our play style changed a little bit. So I think it's going to be a lot more interesting, exciting to watch us perform. And me, as an individual, I also worked so hard for this Worlds, and I have a very determined mindset for this Worlds. I really want to win, so yeah, I'm doing my best right now.
And we can see it so far for sure. And now let's talk about your next opponent. I hope I don't anger the European fans here, but Damwon are the big favorites to make it to the semifinals. You, of course, have recently played them in the finals in the LCK. With your form right now, how do you think you would match up versus Damwon?
네, 그러면 4강에 대한 예상도 좀 궁금합니다. 아무래도 담원 기아 자체가 좀 승자로 많이 점쳐지는 그런 상황인데 그렇게 되면 이제 결승전 리매치가 될 예정인데요. 지금의 이런 폼과 함께라면 담원과의 리매치 어떻게 예상하시나요?
사실 지난 결승전 때도 굉장히 좀 마인드 컨트롤이 잘 안 됐어가지고 패배를 했다고 저는 생각을 했거든요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 저희가 좀 더 긴장을 안 하고 충분히 잘 마인드 컨트롤 한다면 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
I think the biggest problem in the previous finals was actually controlling our mindset, controlling the having the presence of mind. So if we get to be better at it, if we can keep the calm and poised mindset, I think we will be able to perform even better.
maybe even pick up the rune present of mine. We'll see indeed. Thank you so much, Faker. It was lovely talking to you. Kamsahamnida, and thank you for the translation as well. And we're heading back to cooldown for Dracos to close things out.
Wow. Love to hear it.
There it is. I was concerned for a second. I thought when you were saying mind control, I was like,
all thought the same thing.
Yeah, I was like, let's see if they can make mistakes.
Control their mindset.
There we go.
As we learn from
Understand. I love
We're not being mind controlled by down one. We don't need any of that conspiracy theory coming out. Obviously, fantastic day. Like, you can look ahead to that series. We'll see what happens between Mad Lions and Dom one a little bit later. But tomorrow, the series that we immediately need to focus on is none other than RNG versus EDG. There's a lot of old spirit here. You know, Faker's talking about that young spirit on his team. There's a lot of old spirit here. And I've got old LPL caster, current LPL caster. So let's talk about this one a little bit. What are the initial thoughts?
You know, this one actually is the matchup I look at the most. And I'm like, I honestly have no idea which way it'll go. I think these two teams play so differently. We didn't get to see this in LPL playoffs because RNG sadly got eliminated after one series where they massively underperformed. But the last time they did play in the regular season, RNG 2-0'd them. So it's like a weird dynamic of, well, Scout's definitely better than Cryin. They probably two best bot lanes in the LPL, but one team is Xiaohu, and Xiaohu's the best. And yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn.
And for me, my favorite finals have always been the RNG EDG finals, because that's where the fans are the loudest, like, and are definitely behind their teams, right? So of course, you know, COVID situation, it said that like, you know, we can't get that here, but I can hear them at home already. And so like, it's just a rivalry that has been going on for a very long time with, of course, new faces now. So I'm interested to see what Team Xiaohu and Ming versus Team Mako.
Team Mako and Scout, Xiaohu and Ming, yeah.
What they can get done.
I mean, I like this. I'm glad that neither one of you are coming out with like clear 100% favorites, because today we had clear 100% favorites, and it was, while it is obviously T1 being fantastic, and it is a little sad to see HLE go, I like best of fives. It's the bracket stage, so we can get, it's a best of five, so we get 5 games, not so we get 3. That is my request.
At least 4.
To any teams watching. Not that that's exactly how it works. You don't just get to decide how many games there are. But before we step away, let's take a look at a little further ahead to see what's on the horizon for Worlds 2021 quarterfinals. Of course, T1 expected to go up against Damwon Kia, but looking at the opposite side of the bracket, is anyone in the West making it to semis, boys? That's what I got to know right now.
Whoa. He was selling horses today.
A lot of horses. The darker horses, of course, the dark horses. That's why I look at the pitch black horse in Cloud9, saying there's a chance. There's a chance, Dracos.
Did you really just set me up to say there's a chance?
There's a chance.
There's a chance. The darkest horse there is ever. There's a sliver of hope.
The problem is when it comes down to it is I don't know if it's my heart talking or my head. All right.
Yeah.
My heart's getting too large when it comes to talking about this.
You've been compromised.
A little bit. I know that. Look, I know that Gen.G. Look, they're the weakest Seed 1 team, but they're still a Seed 1 team. Damn it, and that's what matters. So I'm gonna look to that series. I'm not gonna give a definitive prediction yet.
Lyric, you are.
I'll give a definitive.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, you're American, but I feel like you have a clearer head than both of us.
I'll even
Don't say it.
I'll even go. I won't say 3-0.
You're from Arizona, all right?
I won't say 3-0. 3-1 Gen.G, though.
Oh, my God.
I'm going in.
Look, I'm not going to dox you. I'm just saying there might be some Americans that ain't happy with that prediction.
Look. Gen.G might not be the best of 5 team as shown in the past.
Okay.
But at the same time, Cloud9 has had some crazy. I don't even know how to describe it. The TPs, the red buffs, the tower executes.
Especially when Gen.G took down Team Liquid in the most BDD of ways, just demolishing them. I think that's the rational call here.
Yeah. It's hard to argue with the rational call. While Cloud9 did have a fantastic run out of groups in Mad Lions, obviously hopeful to see a lot from them. We'll just kind of have to see what the West can do. Maybe Lyric will be able to get through talking about the team without laughing by the end of the best of 5. And maybe that's the least I can hope for, but we'll find out at the end of the day, though. That's all for us today. We're going to see you tomorrow for more Worlds 2021 action. Come back. LPL versus LPL. It's going to be great.
Luckily, I'm not on the desk that day.
Oh. There we go.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. Hanwha Life arrives at the arena and continues the hero's journey, going toe-to-toe with some of the league's biggest legends in T1.
I'm very excited for this best of 5, I gotta tell you guys.
It's a showdown between one of the greatest of all time and the one gunning for his throne. Faker versus Chovy.
T1 wanting to grab that is now Vista looking to come round once again. There's the ulti to come through for Morgan. Only one person can take that lantern, and now Canna could be in trouble. He's down so low and trying to get the damage out as Deft finishes him off in the end. Morgan likely to fall as well. It's 2 for 1 so far for T1. Poppy locks down the Baron. Now can they win the fight though, as they immediately just run over Chovy, and with Chovy dead there is nothing left. It's a triple kill for Gumayushi, and Deft finds himself alone. I think this is the end for Hanwha Life Esports in game number 2. As Deft not going to be able to cleanse again, and that's going to be the ace given over. T1. Do Hanwha have any other answers? I mean, is this Varus actually going to do something this game? That's what we need to see. Gravitum comes on out. Chains of Corruption are going to be the answer, so that means Hanwha should be able to get Shirley, but the Moonlight Vigil comes down. That's stolen away, though. Owner actually diving forward. Faker using his ult to make sure no one can get out. T1 3-0 Hanwha Life Esports.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting.